Good morning, dear colleagues. We're about to start the second working day of our conference, Interdisciplinary Scientific Conference on the preservation of book monuments. The moderator will be Irina Shilova, the art conservator with the Center of Conservation of the Library of Foreign Literature, and Evgenia Mimbrina, the art restorer of the top category. We will be talking about the preservation of photographic documents. The first report will be made by our colleague from the State Historical Museum, Margarita Dalibando, with the workshop for the photo documents restoration. And Vasilisa Zoykova will be discussing the conversation to a curator on the restoration issues. Dear colleagues, could you turn the monitor on? Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess you should listen to me. Yeah. You could sit here probably. You will hear me much better here. Who's here? I'm turned away from you. It's going to be difficult for you. You better sit here, sir.
Да, это с презентацией. Смотри, как хочешь. А сколько еще презентаций?
How many more presentations? Let's start doing that. So we made a presentation on talking to a curator about the restoration. Vasilisa is the curator, and we've been cooperating for over a year. We have achieved a certain degree of success in her area of being a curator. All of the questions that she had turned into that report, and this is something really important for her as a curator. And negative is an intermediate image of an object on a transparent base, whether it's paper or glass or film. The negative is the original of the photographic document, and the negative is basically the outcome, but the imprint, but the print itself. is the last goal. So we have to look at the negative. The negative is an image working only in the passing light. All of the manipulation with them have to take that into account. And when we work with it, we have to use this peculiarity. We should avoid the side images that don't have anything to do with the negative. When we choose the degree of interference, we should think about its peculiarities and the degree to which it is preserved. We will start talking about the restoration for a curator who is with the humanities, something really miraculous, requiring a lot of skills, a lot of personal character. The restorator has the understanding that a curator doesn't have. It's not enough to read the books about that, and a huge contribution into teaching the restorators, the restorers and the curators, and putting them closer to each other. A huge contribution was done by Valentin Zorich, who trained generations of curators and restorers. Unfortunately, that school is no longer with us. A restorer needs talking to a curator because this connection between them, this link is really important to achieve the generic goal. That's why these programs done by Ms. Zorich has made a great contribution in preserving the negatives. A negative is a bearer of image, the information that we receive from it through digitization or the analog print. So this is
Вот это? Хорошо. Негатив?
a negative is the bearer of the image, the information that we receive from it through digitization or the analog print. This is the value of it, and not this piece of film or glass, but this thin emulsion that should not be subject to any impact because the information is contained in it. It's an object that is inseparable in its substance, and all of its compounds depend on each other. The mechanical damage of the base brings about the damage to the emulsion layer, and then the image. But even the great physical appearance is not a guarantee of its information wholesomeness due to the chemical degradation, various stains, less optical density, all the way up to complete deterioration. When you look at the glass negative, you start trembling. You know, all of the details, petty details are there. You don't look at just the scan, but you look at the object. You hold the sides of the glass, you know, looking at the glimpses of emulsion. When you read the books about the early photography, about a famous photographer who traveled somewhere in the mountains or in the river, all of a sudden you see that when the negatives were broken, all of a sudden the author goes all the way to the highest tension, saying that everything has been lost. In the 100 years of solitariness, as they were signing the agreement on stopping the civil war, Aureliano Buendio did not want any solemnity, but he shot himself after that, because even that accidental photography was no longer good for him. The veteran photographer who made the only picture over there had to break the glass negative. We draw the conclusion that the broken negative is the lost negative, but is that true? We have some glass negatives and they haven't been lost. They draw a lot of attention. To what extent the broken negatives cannot be restored? Let's take a broken negative. We have two fragments of glass and we should get the image from there. Then we have to scan it in passing light or print it out as an analog, trying to combine the image together. We get the image that the glass is broken. So what's going to happen to the negative glued together? Responding to your question, we could say that the broken negative is not a lost negative. So, gluing it together doesn't have much impact on the quality. Do we have to glue the negative together? Methodical books recommend that parts of it should be placed in separate envelopes and to give them to the restorer. If he is not available, then they have to make the base with boards that would keep all the fragments together. There is a question about the gluing the negatives on the flexible glass, and it's viewed privately. Every museum collection wants a certain ideal of preservation and exhibiting it. What is a negative as part of the museum? It's a material object with some hidden information, and its own value is not very high. Have you ever seen a negative in an exhibition? You probably saw it only in a restoration exhibition as another sample to be exhibited to demonstrate the width of demonstration possibilities to the visitor. To make the responsible decision, let's talk about pros and cons of gluing it together. Keeping the separate fragments in separate packages where each fragment of the glass is separate and they don't traumatize, they don't damage each other. Some books recommend the Canadian balsam to do the it has a lot of negative effects. It does penetrate unevenly between the glasses. Sometimes it doesn't become hard enough. Sometimes it assumes some yellow and brown colors. Sometimes this too dense paper does not this application cannot be replaced when we are trying to put together a lot of tiny fragments, because the experience shows that the negatives glued together by two-component hypoxide glue does not have this problem, but there are different drawbacks over there. The reliability of the link is not. The irreversibility principle has been broken. Sometimes we cannot put the fragments of the broken glass together. This is a good way to take care of the tracks. The nanotechnological capacity of the Klondike has become really good when we are restoring the glasses. When we look at the Canadian balsamic liquid, so the negative has been impacted. You know, there are frames of paper that it has the contract with a flexible.
Ну, давайте чуть-чуть пораньше.
Let's start with a broken negative. So we are trying to show what a broken negative means. We are showing that we have done what we did with control imprint from this broken negative, and then we are showing that we did that imprint from the glued negative. So you probably didn't notice any difference. And here we are showing the chart with pros and cons of all the types of gluing, preservation, and conservation. Looking at this chart, we cannot make any absolute choice when restoring the broken negative. Every time we have to look at each case separately and make a decision together after a certain degree of research. You can take a picture of it and then you can look at it again. Here we are showing the negative of what a negative is glued together by Canadian balsamic liquid. There are way too many other objects, the frame, some traces of broken glass. So the duplication itself does not solve the problem. It just solves the preservation problem only. Here we are showing what Canadian balsamic liquid looks like, some yellowish stains there. This negative, we were restoring it in the Rose photo under Valentina's guidance. It's about 10 years long. For about 7 years, this Canadian balsamic liquid was kind of movable. Now it has finally hardened and started getting yellow. You can see that right now. We made the control imprint. I'm not really sure how well it is visible on the screen. There are certain stains that make an impact on the image right along the glue. You know, some tiny stains. This balsamic liquid is going to turn yellow, or it will start falling apart into white crystals. Here we are showing why we should choose this or that method. If there are too many fragments or there are some missing fragments, then there is no point in gluing them together. If there are no too many fragments, then we could add something in between the fragments. We've been looking at these negatives for 3 years, and they are performing okay. Here, it's the package for the broken negative. From the point of view of the curator, it looks very convenient. And in real life, the negative is going to be doing great in there. But when it is preserved properly, if we are tracing back the degree of its preservation, to make sure that everything is okay about that negative. The next slide, all of the methods are good, but we have to use every method when it suits us. And then we are moving on. The previous slide, please. Quite often there are negatives where there are special framing, some frame of black paper along the perimeter. Can we take this frame off? On the one hand, this framing is really important for our research, and we also suggest that since it was glued to the emulsion with glue, it's not really good to preserve the image itself. To take it off, on the other hand, we have to mechanically impact the emulsion, and we will break the object, because this frame is the author's thing. What other argument and knowledge could help us to make the right decision? Actually, before we make the decision about taking the dark frame off, we should think about its meaning. They were being printed through contact print. You know, having that frame in white would only be possible if we could cover it with a dark paper. This white field, in addition to its technological point, it also looks much more aesthetic. The photographic worker did not really think about our problems back in the past. He was quite innocent, and when he was choosing the glue, he needed his adhesiveness, and he was trying to choose the emulsion side of the negative. What is going to be our guidance when we take that framing of the black framing with museum masterpieces with the Central Museum of Lenin? We had to choose those negatives for the museum preservation, as it is they are really good for accounting purposes. When we were placing it onto the general fund, we had to use the originals, not the duplicates. The frames prevent us from determining the originality, the original nature of the image. For the preserver, the taking of the black frame is necessary for research purposes. We have to make sure that the glue is water resistant. For a restore, the reason for that would be unfavorable impact of framing on the emulsion, layering off, and so on. The decision should be really moderate. When we take the black framing off, we could damage the emulsion, and then we will have to deal with deeper restoration interference. These slides show the richness of information, the wealth of information under the black framing. As we are looking at the pieces in the Lenin Museum, on the left there is a person from Lenin Museum. This is quite a valuable artifact. In addition to everything else, when working with a negative, we are using the archive recommendations, because over there the negative is more valuable than for us, and the rules applicable to it are more important. There is a good advice about framing in a methodical book published this year by Vni Dat. Here is the recommendation that they have. The framed image should be whole, but the frame should denote the fragment chosen by the author. We retain the image and we show the author's framing method. We have to use the same method for publishing this image in the state catalogs. The next slide, please. Quite often when doing the restoration of various museum objects, we keep changing the linear sizes for some reason. The negative, why would the negative change its size? When we transfer the emulsion onto the new glass, it extends a little bit because the glass base is not really good, and the adhesiveness is damaged, or the water solutions do have an impact on the negative. But can the object lose its value because it loses its base? So far, we haven't made any research on that, but there is a certain potential in that. We can use the physical and chemical peculiarities of glass for attribution, doing the analysis of the object based on its analysis of its dimness and so on. The thinner is the glass, the older in the glass, or the uneven edges glass was probably made not at the factory, but by a craftsman. When we are changing the base, we are saving the emulsion. But are there any alternatives? Putting the emulsion onto the new base is quite exclusive, and it's only used when other methods would not bear any fruit. Quite often, the layering of the emulsion is caused by the alkali on the glass. Sometimes the emulsion, when we use the water solutions, starts layering off. It increases in volume, and then there are creases on top of it. To get rid of too much emulsion, we have to put it on a bigger piece of glass. But if we have to change the base, can we keep the original glass? Is there a such practice? Is there any danger that that stain will keep expanding? This chemical process cannot be stopped, but we could really put a brake on its development. That's why we have special requirements for packaging and humidity. We don't have enough space, and we have to solve the problem as a whole, but the restoration is an extreme measure. We cannot count on this process. You know, it's very cumbersome, but if we go step by step, we can achieve certain results without using too much resources. A curator has to put things in unchangeable conditions. We don't have enough funds, but we have to be personally interested. The chemical degradation of glass could become worse, especially if the negative is adversely impacted by the environment. Almost all of the chemical and photographic methods give a certain change of density, contrast, color and size and other characteristics of the negative, which leads to changing its preservation status. The chemical processing cannot be mass scale because it takes an individual approach to the object, because the speed of restoration cannot interact with the scope. You know, finding that layer without any restoration interference brought the understanding of the fact that some dense stains they led the beams with a length of less than 900 nanometers. So we could look at the digital image with all the details. The complex of infrared radiation allows us to do the scanning at the light, receiving the digital file in the regular computer program. So we can do the mass digitization of our objects, because they're very simple and they're more informative than when we do the scanning looking at the light in the visible spectrum. The scanning being done in the near range, you know, we can look at the content of the document without using the chemical restoration of the water solutions. When we look at the negative, there are some fingerprints, you know, because it's a matter of preservation of objects. It's a defect. What does a restorer? How does a restorer look at that? Is it a threat? You know, can it be restored? And will this fingerprints be there when the emulsion input is put on a new base? Some relief fingerprints are the fingers of the labor worker, lab employer, because gelatin is absorbing and then it gets tanned. When it is reproduced on the negative, they are visible. When it's about the dirty hands, if the surface of the emulsion layer is chemically changed, then the areas not fingerprinted is covered by the film and the images are more distinct. So it is distorted and the quality of it changes and the image changes as well. And then you can interpret it whatever you want. So these traces are deeply inside the emulsion. They cannot be taken away. It's impossible to figure out the outcome ahead of time. What if we look at those imprints not as defects, but they're the artifact in itself? When we attribute the images, we use the criminological methods, and maybe in the future we'll be able to use that science when determining the author's negatives using the fingerprints. The restoration interference should always be put to a minimum, because the negative is a duality and it's an object in itself. We have to remember that the modern possibilities let us use the image apart from its physical bearer. The negatives are materially resistant sources of information. Using the scientific achievements, we could expand the research capabilities. Let's talk a little bit about preventive measures of preserving the negatives. The modern trends in restoration get away from active interference. They use more stable preservation conditions. Maybe it is too simple, you know, maybe we just surrender to the time. But when we talk about the museum preservation, you know, we cannot always have the necessary equipment. It's impossible. We cannot package the collection and put it on the shelf in a repository. It's also impossible. There are tons of recommendations, and fortunately, all of them are the same. We have to use the envelope from acid-free cardboard. What if such cardboard is unavailable? Maybe we should order those envelopes or make them ourselves. How many negatives do you have in your repository? Is your management ready to do the purchase in the near time? Do you have enough time to do this, to do the job? Do you have certain skills on that? Enough tools to do the packaging yourselves? Yeah, your desires will be broken by real life. There won't be enough envelopes. You will buy some packaging paper. So the collection is, if it's not too big, you will be able to handle the job yourself. But it's better to use the expert services. Try to figure out where to put the markings, and please use the regular pencil for markings. How should you mark the negatives yourself? The general rules are not always applicable in real life. The glass negatives should be marked where there is no image. Quite often there is no any space for that. So sometimes, you know, the base is not very good for markings either. So there are certain objects that are marked, not marked, or partially marked. There is the general rules. You could mark the stamps or the envelopes or the images themselves. Should we mark the negatives itself? And couldn't we damage the negative by that mark? So the general rules show a certain remark using this or that methods recommended by the restorers. So we are the curator should talk to you. Let's look at 3 slides now. The personal opinion of the restorer. Where should the marking be put? Where there is no image or on technological margins. We don't have any margins here. Everything is just the image. There are some negatives without technological margins. It's impossible to even put one tiny marking. The emulsion layer could layer of any kind of inscriptions, any sort of markings could break the adhesion of the emulsion. It's hard to figure out, so we cannot, the ink could flow, and the pencil is not going to be very visible, while the touch is not going to be very visible. Sometimes there is a scratch on the emulsion. How should we mark a tiny coin? But the coin is a valuable object. As a restorer, I believe that we should get rid of markings on the negative also ever. We have to view the museum object in a new way. What if the object is lost? Why marking is the guarantee? You have its description, the description of the object already, and that touch inscription cannot be taken off. You know, there will be 8 slides right now. Don't hurry too much. The ink flows and then it is absorbed into emulsion. A pencil could be rubbed off, and the touch could be removed with parts of the emulsion. The scratching could break the adhesiveness. You know, there will be particles of dirt, and there will be a layering of all of those tools cannot be called safe, and there are tens of other ways. You know, there is a specific structure, the transparency of the material that would not allow us to see the face and the back in the sense in which we're used to that. When it comes to marking the items, you know, the best minds have been working over that, using a lot of expert advice. The negatives and the images on transparent basis without any faces. Sometimes there is one base, like an uncut film has several images having several numbers. having being brave enough and checking certain surmises and using some literature published by organizations, we could make a responsible solution not to use the markings on the negative at all. Why do we need the marking when we have the image with all the subtleties of the object that allows us to identify it? Unfortunately, this ideal picture, the electronic images, is too far from reality. We want to add all of the objects to the state catalog where the precondition is having the image of it, but there are no strict requirements for those images. So the curators are placed in very stiff frames. Quite often they have to neglect the quality of the image. It's easier for them to do the marking. And when the objects are getting scanned, you know, you could make a mistake, and the marking will allow you to avoid that problem. We see so many objects remarked so many times because of the collection was moved from one repository to another one, because the fashion keeps changing. The requirements of responsible entities keep changing as well. What's going to happen next? What's the next curator is going to do? Will he be remarking it again, or the object will end up in a different museum or in a different department? What's going to happen to this tiny small object? Nothing good. And when it comes to touch, can we look what is behind that touch? The transparency is quite well. Some written carbon writing means, you know, you cannot look through them. And then the objects could become really transparent. That's why we're looking at the nature of the negative. The digital image of the negative, should it be negative or positive? If we're talking about the same vital issue of cataloging the image, when you look at it, you see the variety. The negative can be scanned, but there is no negative image. There is the positive image. So the appendix number 2 to the law on the museum fund of the Russian Federation says that we have to have the image of the object allowing us to identify it. The next slide. For instance, what does it look like, not in the state catalog, but in the electronic catalog of museum objects of the State Historical Museum? There are two images, the positive and the negative. As a person who worked with the object, you know which object is more correct for you. It's an interesting issue, not just for a restorer but for a curator as well. There is a duality of object here. A museum object is the source of hidden information. We want to show that object on all sides, you know, thinking about it, inscriptions, stickers, you know, inscriptions and so on. Without reflected light, we cannot do it, you know. Scanning it in the passing light allows us to look at the negative that only upon the conversion turns into the source of information. Lots of emulsion layer issues, various cuts and bends and so on, could only be seen in the passing light. So this tiny, very simple object requires a lot of attention. Two types on the facial side should be looked in the light on the emulsion side. Some trace of the mirror negative. We have 4 images without which it is impossible to imagine the object in all its nuance. When we do the digitization of objects, you know, having 4 images is a luxury, but this luxury is ideal in this case. Still, the state catalog only receives 1 image. Using the user's interest, it's better to have the positive image with all the framing. The other images should be used for internal use only. There is one aid, scanning them in passing light on the light table. So if we use the high quality camera, the quality is not going to be much worse than the scanning. It's really good for putting the images into the repository. Using the light table enables us to assess the physical and chemical condition of the object. If we cannot order the original objects, we can take care of our table ourselves. We have to use the digital camera and the smartphone or the light diode panel, which is widely available right now. First of all, the panel is not going to be heated, you know, unlike the bulbs. So the fluctuations of the light wave of 50 hertz, the twinkling of lights is not going to be visible. So the temperature should be just ambient. This light diode panel, 60 by 60, they could be placed in four big negatives could be placed there to compare their preservation level when choosing them. The matte surface of the panel does not damage the object, and it's not scratched when you use the glass negatives. Let's talk about the correct description of the presentation. Some yellow stains, some metallic shining on the edges of the objects. Are they chemical stains or the silver stains? It's better to describe them. You know, we have to use the general principle from mechanical damages from some foreign objects to stains, you know, having an impact on the image. Then we could draw a certain idea about the material constituent of the negative, some cuts and breakages and fractures and so on. Some of them damage the emulsion. We should look at the base, how adhesive is the emulsion. We have to describe the mechanical condition of the emulsion. Some worn-off elements of it, some fibers or hairs or pieces of dust. We have to use the ruler, we have to measure the stain, describe its shape, whether it's round or uneven. How intensive is it? Let's look at it in the light. So can we see the image through the stain? Look at it through the reflective light. Most of the time its shape will be like the mirror. Those actions are more important. So neither me nor the next generations of curators won't be able to determine the nature of that stain. It's too selfish to try to determine its origin through visual means, not just the metallic silver, but the mirror surface or some metallic shining. So this phenomenon has nothing to do with the metallic substance. Or we could write down that the whole surface has an uneven stain of the silver mirror, some greenish, yellowish, sometimes a little bit brownish. When we look at it in the light, those areas are kind of brownish. Based on everything we have said so far, we draw a conclusion that the emulsion is the most important part of the negative. So the emulsion is the face of the negative. But when we look at the right negative from the scanned imprint or the image, we look at the negative from its base, so to speak. When we describe the level of preservation of it, like we have to describe the cut at the corner. Is it going to be on the left or on the right? We're talking about the damage to the base, so we have to make sure that that the base is the face of the negative. If we have a stain on the emulsion itself, how to describe the location? So there is a great advice about that by the general rules. They say that first we have to fix the degree of preservation on the face and then the back of the image. Overall, this is convenient, but we have to make a decision which side is the face and which side is the back. The notion of the face and back In case of negative, they're kind of interesting. There is an image that could be a face, or the transparent base that should be its back. There is a certain problem in describing. So when the negative is turned with the emulsion to itself, the image is now mirrors itself.
Слой несущее изображение – это однозначно.
The image-bearing layer is the emulsion layer. So we are looking at it. It should be considered the face, and the image is mirrored. But we have to ignore this fact. Therefore, the base will be the back. When we describe the chemical and physical preservation level of the object, the right and the left edges are going to be different, regardless of the transparency or the mirror image. We can draw a conclusion that lots of responses of the restorer are in the curator's questions. The curiosity is really necessary for a good restorer and for a good curator. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for the curator and for the restorer? Think about the questions later. The next one will be done by a group of authors, but there will be just one person, the speaker, and then the speaker will be talking about her co-authors. The problems of attribution and restoration of matte collodion and matte gelatin stamps, criteria of identification through the use of natural science tools. Anna Aseeva, the art restorer of the highest category from the Rosfota Museum Center in St. Petersburg. Good morning, colleagues. I would like to ask. So,
Итак, фотодокументы являются...
The photographic documents are an... The photographic documents are an inseparable part of collections in most museums, archives, and libraries. Multi-layered composition and complex chemistry make them very, very vulnerable. The preservation of those photographic documents depend on a number of factors, such as the temperature, humidity, the interaction with various materials, and the environment, the light, the treatment, and so on. In addition to all of those necessary norms and conditions, if we want to increase their longevity, we have to do the right identifying of the ways they were imprinted. We're talking about paper. We are looking at the photographic documents not chronologically, but at the structure. They're subdivided into several types, and each type has its certain properties. One layered prints where the light-sensitive substance is put on paper. Double layered prints where the image is formed by the light-sensitive and the emulsion. And three-layered, there is also a buried layer having an impact on the external image of the picture and to the degree of its preservation. The photos could be silver and silverless printing processes. Those terms depend on the substance making the emulsion, and of course we have to look at them differently. Talking about the ways to receive those images, the visible contact, then the chemical development. When identifying them, we have to think about the nature of creating every object, and then the images are turned into real photographic objects where the images are formed by the light-sensitive substances under the influence of ultraviolet or using the pigments, and photomechanical printing tools where the images are being done through various typographic means. using the matrices. The real photographic object is only the negative. The combination of all this science is really important for the problems of attribution and the determining the nature of damage to try to get rid of them. The main identifying method trying to figure out all of those peculiarities is the visual inspection using various types of light, sources of light based on the external signs of the pictures. You know, some defects, you know, the defects of the matte surface using the microscope of 10 to 40 times when we can figure out the structure and the type of the object, and more analytical research like optical microscopy using the trying to research the microscopic characteristic of the object, the luminescent rays, trying to figure out whether there are any additional defects in additional layers in the emulsion layers or other interferences, or of using the passe partout, we have to figure out whether there is a barite lever, whether there was any metal, and we should differentiate between various types of photographic processes. Infrared microspectroscopy is used to study the organic coatings of lacquers used for the treatment of pictures. Altogether, these tools determine all the combination of layers, the chemical composition, the size of particles making up the image, the composition of the paper base, and we can draw a conclusion on the type of imprint. Based on the practical experience, the matte collodion and matte gelatin imprints of the early 20th century are very difficult. There are three layered silver types of photographic prints. These images showed up first at the end of 1860s, but they became really popular when they became industrialized. It was at the end of 1880s. The emulsion composition changed. There was the barytage and the even layering of paper, and the longer preservation term was an advantage over the most important method of the 19th century, the albumin picture. The albumin picture was now forced out. Let's look at the matte collodion and matte gelatin prints separately. Let's see how different and how similar they are, because it's the matte collodion imprints. There are two types of collodion paper, the glossy and the matte. Each one of them has their certain peculiarities. We're talking about the matte imprints first showing up in 1894, because the public was really interested back in those days in platinopypy. Well, there were a lot of gradations of gray tones, the velvety surface. They could change the tonality and high stability. The matte and collodion pictures were cheaper alternative, and they became really popular in commercial portraits. As we are looking at the albumin imprint, so they were used very for the business cards and for the portraits to be in harmony with the colors of the picture. The additional water base was necessary practically, because the collodion imprints, due to the peculiarities of the emulsion, they could get twisted. Let's look at the substance. The collodion is basically a very viscous dinitride celluloses with the ether, and it's an even but quite a fragile film when it gets dried. In the pictures, we started to create amber tips, the wet collodion negatives, and as an additional protection to avoid the twisting and the damage. They were adding the castor oil and the glycerin to control the temperature. Sometimes the back of the base was so some lacquer and collodion was added on the back, and the matte was achieved through a more barite layer enveloping the paper, the texturing and adding the rice starch. Sometimes they were getting dried on the previously dried surfaces. The hues depended on the following factors: the time of exposition, the quality of the negative, the composition of the emulsion, and the temperature and the concentration of solutions. The fading away of the image depended on the silver particles and how close they were to each other. The emulsion process was the method of visible print. They were in direct contact through the direct impact on of the ultraviolet, and the format depends on the size. The image is comprised of the photolytical silver with its tiny particles that don't absorb too much light. Then the final hue comes in more reddish color, and it's easier for the image to fade away, and it is more prone to chemical defects coming from the environment or from the wrong treatment. The change in hues of the matte and collodion imprints. Sometimes they used the gold and platinum twisting. Everything depended on the quality of the twisting. The images became more defect resistant because the light absorption was more stable. This stable fading away or chemical fading away. They make the matte and collodion pictures quite different from the matte and gelatin. To change the final tonality, the barite layer also included dyes of type of various colors. Trying to determine foreign elements there is impossible without using the scientific methods that help us after the visual inspection. When we're talking about the mechanical damages to the matte collodion images, the most important thing for us would be worn off and spaces and scratches, especially on around the frame. This method was really popular before the end of 1920s, when this method was forced out by the bromic and silver imaging. The gelatin prints, the chlorbromum silver print, when the lighting was not sufficient, and the bromic and silver chemical development of the image. Let's talk about the silver and matte gelatin prints that became really popular with the processes of matte collodion imprints, but with the problems of the development, they were not really important in photography. So this is called the emulsion layer with some additional substance. Gelatin is the viscous mass plus the collagen, which is the processed animal tissue. It's more homogeneous than albumin and more plastic than collodion. Gelatin is chemically stable, but it could be physically damaged because it keeps getting cracked in dry conditions. To make it more stable when treated, sometimes the there was some gelatin or starch added to the paper, and then the neutralization, this yellowish hue, was achieved by adding kaolin and barite to the. So the gelatin pictures commercially made were sometimes placed on paper forms for the passports. They were not easily deformed, in spite of different formats of printouts through the use of the magnifier. The bromic silver pictures were still standard, as the tonality looked like matte collodion imprints. To do the documents, they were using mostly the dark decorative sheets. In addition to adding more varied layer on the paper, they also added starch and emulsion and glass crumbs there. The difference of hues is in the way to receive the image. The matte bromic silver and gelatin pictures are done by chemical development. The silver particles are much bigger than the ways of prints. There are thread chains, and the picture absorbs more light and it turns darker. These pictures are less naturally stable if kept in bad conditions, impacted by the environment when contacting with low quality materials. The thread chains deteriorate and the particles start falling apart, which results in yellow stains. In case of matte gelatin pictures, they were using different substances like uranium, sulfur, and selene, and it added additional tones. The matte gelatin and matte collodion, the chemical development gives better negativity. The bronze silver gelatin pictures show the areas of contact with foreign materials. The ions of silver move onto the surface, and the silver starts reflecting the colors of. One of the drawbacks for bromic silver and is the absorption of too much humidity, and unfavorable substances could get into the deep layers, and then it could result in the defects of pictures. It's really bad for washing all of the chemical substances that penetrated the emulsion. Some of the defects could be caused by the paper. The paper changed a lot at the beginning of the 20th century. The gelatin could be biologically damaged really easily, and it could develop molds. And when gelatin imprints are kept, there shouldn't be any fluctuations of humidity and temperature, because that boosts all of the chemical reactions. So all of the layering of the emulsion, the scratches and cuts going all the way to the barite layer, all of those peculiarities of those imprints are good prompters when we try to identify particular objects. The trouble is that when we don't have any visible defects or some other individual characteristics, the pictures are identical when looked visually. The errors though that morphologically look pretty much like each other in terms of tonality and format, the structure and the period when the pictures were taken, could result in the loss of image, to the loss of its preservation quality, and only the comprehensive identifying measures, including the visual inspection and the natural science methods, and the comparison of all of the factors of all the images allow us to determine the technology of photographic image, prevent the new damages, and come up with an ideal approach when doing the restoration, increasing the longevity of each particular object. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for inviting us to this conference. My congratulations on the jubilee from the management of Rose Foda, and thank you so much to my colleagues from the chemical department. Are there any questions? Think about them. We could. So the next person.
Доклад называется «Формирование и разрушение фотографического изображения под воздействием света».
The formation and deterioration of the photographic image under the light impact. Margarita Dalibando again. She's from the State Historical Museum. Unfortunately, Dmitry is not here. I don't have an assistant today. Maybe the curator is going to be able to help you.
Начнем. Фотография.
The photography appeared due to the people's desire to put what they see on the something on paper. Just like the eye, the material for the image should be light sensitive and sensitive to light changes. By light, we're talking about the visible light, about the ultraviolet and the infrared. When receiving the photographic images, we use the properties of the substance to absorb, to refract, and let the beams through. This interaction actually predetermines our ability to see and reproduce. Unfortunately, the physical laws are do not really pick anything. So the chemical and photophysical transformation could result in the gradual deterioration of a photographic image. So the law of energy preservation is at the basis of photography. The absorbed light energy cannot really disappear, so it turns into other types of energy. When receiving the energy, the molecules of substance get agitated. Let me explain this slide. We are talking about falling light. Once it gets onto any surface, part of it is absorbed by the object, part of the light goes through it, and some of it is reflected back. This is the formula of the energy redistribution. We will be talking about the energy of absorbed light that produces all of the photophysical and photochemical changes. The molecules get agitated, and that agitation depends on the irradiation level. That depends on the length of the wave. The molecules start fluctuating. More short waves cause deeper changes, agitating the electronic frames of the atoms. Most of the time, high energy radiations, ultraviolet and the visible spectra do create the image. The agitated molecules want to return to the low energy level. That might happen in three ways. The most frequent one, the redundant energy is wasted into heat that is irradiated into the environment. Another way is the radiation of molecules into space, fluorescence, and lots of substances when absorbing the light could change chemically and irreversibly. Due to that, we could end up with a photographic image. The photochemical reaction are very complex and compound. Both organic and non-organic molecules and their compounds could participate in them. Photochemical processes are about the absorption of quants of light, the primary and the secondary chemical reactions. At the first stage, the energy of the absorbed light agitate the molecules. The molecules themselves are unable to do any chemical reactions, but they transfer their energy onto adjacent substances. That happens to optical sensibilizers used in photographic emulsion. At the second stage, the electrons start moving, ions start developing. The chemical composition of molecules is getting broken. Sometimes the molecules could break apart. At the third stage, the dark stage, there are chemical reactions between the products of the primary elements without any light, various acidization, pulverization versus the depulverization reactions. We end up with the end products of the molecules, and then new substances could change the chemical properties of surrounding substances. Like they can sew up the macromolecules of polymers, in other words, to tan them. Some photographic processes with the light-sensitive chromium salts are based on that. The iron and chromium and in various colloid suspensions are based here. Three main processes are shown on this slide. Silver salt, iron salt. Receiving those photographic emulsions could cause the image when doing the printouts of with cyanotype processes, the so-called visible print, until the development sometimes the image is invisible. Let's look at the processes using the silver salts. Impacted by the light, the silver gets restored and the image, this is daguerreotypes, colorful homogeneous process, and the autochromium. Talking about the daguerreotype, the image is made of amalgam, and when getting destroyed under the impact of light, there are stains of various dimness or corrosion or dimness of lacquer. Salty print, the image is formed by tiny particles of silver on the paper fiber. Could be both positives and negatives on paper. Under the impact of light, the density of image is getting lost. There are stains. The color of paper is changing. The albumin, the image is changing in the albumin emulsion. It could be positive, negative on transparent base. I haven't seen too many of those. Under the impact of light, the image gets yellow, and then the chromium compounds develop in albumin. There are stains of various shape, the so-called silver mirror, and the paper keeps color changes. Collodion. The image is comprised of metallic silver in collodion emulsion. In ambrotypia, ferrotypia, panotypia, negatives on glass base and positive on paper base. Under the impact of light, under the influence of light, they lose the density of the image, cracking, getting yellow, and the emulsion layer results in the corrosion of the base. Gelatin. The image is comprised of metallic silver in gelatin emulsion. Could be negative and positive on transparent base and positives on paper base. Under the influence of light, the density of the image is lost. There is the silver mirror effect. The emulsion layer gets cracked and keeps changing. And then the color homogeneous process. Some dyers synthesized when special light-producing components are being added there. They could be like positives on and both negative and positives on transparent basis. When under the impact of light, the color balances change because the dyers are susceptible to light. The density of the image is lost. There are some stains and the change of color of the paper base. Then autochromium, the formation of images comprised of metallic silver with gelatin emulsion. They look like color color slides on glass plastine. The emulsion layer gets cracked and layered off. We are moving on to the iron salts, cyanotypia, calotypia, and platinotypia. In the first case, the image is formed by the Berlin azure in the fiber of paper. There are stains of various shapes, but it could be restored in the dark, the change of the paper-based color. Calotypia, the image is formed by particles of light restored by galogenides of silver in presence of double valency iron in the paper fiber. Under the impact of light, the density of image keeps changing. And platinotypia, the image is formed by particles of platinum restored in chlorus platina in presence of iron in paper fiber. The color of the paper base could change. Humiaerobic print and pigment print are the same here. The image is formed by pigments proportionate to the degree of its tanning. That could be on both transparent base and the paper based. After the under the light, the pigments are really durable, but the paper-based color keeps changing. And the photomechanical processes, we don't believe that they're real photos, but they're still photographic images. Selective tanning of gelatin creates the print form, and then we can do the print. There are prints on paper. Under the impact of light, these natural pigments make the image really durable, but the paper base color changes. In spite of the long history of studying the physical and chemical transformation under the influence of light, a lot of processes are not really understood. We're still discussing the mechanism of the so-called hidden image using the galloid silver. We're not really sure about chromical gelatin. We have a lot of technical means. The photographic materials have characteristics of light sensitivity. There are technological processes of the sensitivity. The packaging shows the necessary conditions for their preservation. There is automatic control for when taking pictures. We take all steps to determine the steps to keep the pictures during the exhibit. By the end of the 20th century, we only needed, so we end up with negatives and the positive with the pre-expected characteristics of images. The pictures are placed into frames and become part of a home look or of a museum look. If under the influence of artificial or natural light, the absorbed energy starts getting reprocessed. Under the influence of electromagnetic irradiation, the conditions are going to be different from the conditions when they were getting formed during the imprint. The terms of showing them, they are well beyond the time necessary for the impact of light on the photographic process. A photographic document is a multi-layered object containing both some organic compounds, some metals, non-metallic substances, some volatile components, and so on. This compound nature of photographic documents depend on the photographic materials, their primary and additional processing, toning, the chemical restoration, and so on, and the processes of those materials interacting with the environment. Third, the changes of photographic documents are related to the impact of light, but they go along with other types of chemical and biological destruction, and they could combine to have the object deteriorated. It's impossible to completely describe the photochemical reactions. We could talk only very generically. When the photographic imaging is initiating by the impact of light on the metal salts, then when it comes to changing the chemical and physical properties of the documents, are there organic compounds? Well, it's emulsion, tissue, paper, glue, the finishes, dyers, and so on. The processes of photophysical and photochemical destruction of molecules in art objects, oils and lacquers, are being researched currently. The light, along with higher humidity and temperature, and a lot of aggressive substances in the atmosphere, is a factor of destruction for the photographic documents. We are suggesting that all these components of the environment, they interact with each other and they boost each other. We are looking at the impact of light without taking the other destructive processes into consideration. Oxidization. Let's, if we are talking about the paper base, using the united technology of the silver restoration, this kind of document represents all of the history of pictures. The photographic images get damaged really bad, and we have to pay a lot of attention to their preservation. When it comes to collodion, gelatin, and albumin pictures, there is general yellowish color, and the density is almost getting lost. A lot of research shows that the reason for that is the oxidization of the metallic silver, resulting in its transformation into colloid silver or into a silver sulfide. Could the radiation of light bring about the oxidization? The absorbed light energy absorbed by the silver is not enough to do the rupture, but this type of photographic documents, in addition to silver grades, has another peculiarity. The silver is always surrounded by some organic substances. Albumin, collodion, gelatin, and paper bases are getting destroyed by the impact of the light. So when they're getting destructed, there are a lot of peroxides and radicals being developed, and lots of others. They could break the particles of silver, turning the silver into ions, which could result in the development of sulfur getting united with ions of silver. The sources of sulfur could be various low-quality chemical compounds, some sulfuric substances of fixtures, water, and so on. This photochemical model, the silver is not just the oxidization object, but it actually contributes into oxidization processes. The light energy turns into the heat energy, and then it is turned into the chemical molecules, decomposing those molecules. Basically, the spectrum is shifted into longer waves, and the protection functions of the glass is deteriorating when showing the objects. It absorbs the ultraviolet really well, but when it comes to long waves, it cannot protect against them. Some mixtures and dyes could also play a negative role that are often present in polymeric materials. They are very characteristic of the old 19th century pictures, when the technologies were still on the embryonic level, and the pictures kept getting polluted by light-sensitive particles. The silver pictures irradiation could result in the oxidization of silver, while the photographic destruction turns into the changes of light to the creation of favorable conditions for microorganisms. Another factor is the time. Years of absorbing the light will end up in really bad outcomes. The same pictures, the same processes will be taking place in platinum and pigment prints, but there will be only the organic polymers are going to be deteriorating, not the other substances. The autochromum and chromogeneous processes, those pictures are not really durable. The impact of light on the preservation level of photo documents hasn't been very well studied. The international standards do not describe really differentiated recommendations for various types of documents, as there are a lot of types of photographic documents, and the technology has never been permanent, and lots of tests of samples on light resistancy, and there are way too many factors involved. Attribution of photographic documents to critical when it comes to the light resistance is a very good idea. The modern technologies of making the demonstration for demonstrating the visual copies and showing the photographic documents should be excluded. When necessary, the originals of the photographic documents should be replaced by quality copies. We're talking about this famous chart about how we categorized our photographic processes as very sensitive, super sensitive, very sensitive, and just sensitive. And we should think about the maximum brightness when displaying these those subjects. We start with 50 lux. Why do we start with 50 lux? It's the minimum light for the items that we can see in real life. So 50 lux. We could add a little bit. We couldn't. If it's less than that, we won't be able to see anything. We are talking about 50 lux, and we could try to figure out the overall the number of necessary hours per year. 12,000 lux hours, 42,000 lux hours, and 84,000 lux hours. If we start playing with those lux, we can figure out for how many days a certain category of pictures could be displayed. We could do some math calculations. We should divide the general number of lux hours into luxes and come up with a number of hours later turned into days. If we decrease the number of lux to certain categories of pictures, we could increase the time the pictures might stay on display. So traditionally, are there any questions? The report was really good. People are still thinking about the questions. They will probably be asking you during the break. The next report has come up to us is Ekaterina Pasnak, the restorator of graphics from the University of the city of Bergen, the history of transportation of photographic collection, from a description of the current condition of the monument to building the new repository. Thank you very much for the invitation. I really enjoy staying in this library where I spent my student years. I will tell you about the process of preparing the to the building of the new repository, and very important factor was the description of the current condition of the monuments, and that contributed to planning the new repository and to its construction and transportation. The photographic collections of the library of the city of Bergen are unique. Over 1 million negatives and positives coming from the end of the second half of the 19th century and the early 20th century. In 1916, the city experienced a fire, and most of the photo shops with their archives were destroyed. Just the company of Knut Knudsen was saved, as it was away from the fire area. Some landscapes of Norway and of the city of Bergen. This is the regional, this is the Fisk market and the pier in the city of Bergen. From the 14th century, Bergen has been famous for its dried cod, you know, and it was managed by the Hanseatic Alliance. Starting from 2018, we started doing the job on determining to what extent the condition of the objects has changed since 1996 and what we could do to improve the situation. At the end of 2018, the university management decided to build a new repository and transport the new collection in there, as the old building is now being transferred to the university administration. That decision of transporting the collection was made much later. We started looking at the collection, and then we found out that we were supposed to move it. We had to do the oversight to get ready for the transportation. So it was a good basis for figuring out the true preservation conditions and the true conditions for the transportation. In the city 2003, the photographic collection was transferred from the old library building to the new building purchased by the university. The building used to belong to the local newspaper. During the first transportation, we did a great job registering the packaging of the collection, the acid-free envelopes and boxes. A lot of items were still in the old boxes, and the new building had the climate control, which we hadn't had before, and we had the refrigeration chamber for nitrate-based items. We're trying to figure out to make sure that the main repository had 16 degrees Celsius and the refrigerator and 40 degrees of humidity, and the refrigeration had 5 degrees and 30% of humidity. We to figure out to what extent the real data is what it is supposed to be. In some parts of the building, the humidity could keep changing, and the refrigeration chamber, the parameters could not be observed October through in April through October. The humidity was higher than 50%, and it varied by 15%. It should be no more than 5. In July 2019, the humidity reached 70%, and there was a lot of condensation inside. The boxes, we ended up with the movable air dryers. The photographic materials, they are comprised of a number of different materials that when temperature and humidity could end up absorbing humidity, absorbing moisture in different patterns, and quite often they could be easily corroded. Then comparing to other types of collections like textile or ethnographic objects or pictures and so on, the photographic images are really susceptible to the changes of temperature and humidity, not to speak of the light impact. Unstable climate conditions end up with in the emulsional layering of the base, the losing of color of the albumin images, changing the qualities of finger of the gelatin base, ending up in mirror, in silver mirror. Because of humidity, the ions of silver reach the surface, creating the so-called silver surface. Upon doing this analysis, we have determined that according to the classification of climate control made up by the Canadian Restoration Institute, so we only had the sea level in summer, so 70% humidity in summer and B in winter, with the variations of over 10%. When it comes to sensitive photographic collections, we needed the AA level with a minimum seasonal fluctuations. So once we decided to return the collection back to the library building, we spent a lot of attention to the fact that we have to observe the humidity and the temperature. The condition of the collection showed that the inspection showed that the collection was in worse condition, and that happened because of the fluctuations of humidity and the temperature. Back in 1996, the principles of inspection were different from nowadays. We could still compare the outcome in 1996 and in 2018. The preservation level of condition was deteriorated by 2 times, and the level 1 has increased. The level 2, when we needed restorers, it was boosted by 2 times, and the third deterioration level has increased by 10 times. People who worked there for a long time, they have been noticing the deterioration of many positives or negatives. So the results of that inspection and the documentation that we've been able to make, all the climate conditions and the scientific research data certifying the necessity of AA level for photographic collections. They actually contributed to convincing our management to invest a lot to building the new buildings, to make sure that the temperature and the humidity were within the frames needed. So the collection was being catalogued by a lot of enthusiasts and volunteers. The principle of the registration was based on collections of each particular photographer, where the negatives and the positives were kept together, and they had the same registration number. Lots of materials, all types of negatives and positives in various technologies. They were being kept together according to the IFLA recommendation. Every type of materials on plastic base should be kept preserved separately, and the repository should be organized in such a way that different types of technologies should be protected against each other when it comes to the destruction of acetate cellulose and cellulose. Most of the time, the nitrate base negatives are more stable than the acid, nitrate acid really burns through the base and destroys the image altogether. One positive result of that inspection was the decision that we made is to reorganize the repository in a different way, to have a special microclimate for each kind of photographic processes. Another task was to determine the type of photographic material and make a calculation of each type. This information proved to be very important when planning the new repository, as each type of material required its own temperature and humidity, and the previous database did not contain that information. Knowing the scope of that material, we could try to figure out how many square meters we needed for each particular type of repository. Compared to positives, the negatives turned out to be more damaged than the positives. 0 to 3, 0 perfect, and 3 is complete loss of stability. Negatives were damaged, while positives were 1.5. They were damaged but still stable. They were very interesting craters covering most of the emulsion on the glass plate. The image looked very dim. We were publishing the materials from Knudsen's workshop the most damaged negatives were on the very top. Those craters probably were getting formed due to really high temperature during the fire in 1916. The collection has a lot of acetate film negatives. It's the so-called vinegar syndrome. The cellulose acetate produces the acid that speeds up the disintegration, the composition of the film. The polymer creates the bubbles and it gets layered off from the emulsion. The negative cannot be returned back. This decomposition could only be a little bit slowed down if the material is placed into a refrigerated space. Not to lose the information, we had to recopy these materials. We actually hired a photographer for a whole year to do the digitization of the whole collection. He digitized over 10,000 negatives, but he has to do over 6,000 more negatives. To create more efficient system, we showed it as a diagram showing the percentage of items with the level of 0, 1, 2, and 3. I have two diagrams, two charts here. One of them show the bad conditions and one of them show the good condition. When we are talking about the good condition, most of the time the collection is at the level of 0 to 1. When the condition is getting bad, we have several curves. One curve creates the L letter turning, bending left, where with most levels being at the level of 1, and at the level 2 it's over 25% of the collection, or the L bending right, and then the collection is in poor condition, or we have the S letter with most of the collection at the 1 or the 3 level, which helps us helps the restorers to figure out which items should be restored as fast as possible. The conditions of the monuments have deteriorated for 20 years. We need interference of restorers to transport the materials successfully. We have to use the expert, and the biggest achievement of this was that the restorer was finally hired by the university. In Norway, there are only 3 photographic restorers, and that was very important. There were some problems arising from the lack of restorers. Even though the curators try to prevent the damages, when there are no professional restorers, there might have been errors, and it's pretty hard to correct those errors later. About 10 years ago, several hundred albumen prints were framed at the Passe-Partout. It was made by a commercial workshop. The cardboard was white, and no one figured out that it included some bleaching additives, and they could decolorize the positives. They were using the sticky tape that was considered to be acid-free, but there are some bleachers there, while the acrylic glue is not easily removable as it grows old. So we will have to get rid of those albumen prints through the Passe-Partout, so that the image could be protected against the cardboard. At the very beginning, the repository was supposed to have 6 climate zones, 1 freezer for all the negatives on the nitrate and the acetate film, slightly cool was supposed to be used for the glass negatives. As the glass negatives are more stable, they don't have to be frozen. The third one was supposed to be used for for the polymer materials in very bad conditions. For the paper materials, we were supposed to have a cooler repository and then a cold repository for the B paper, some prints on the cardboard whose images decolorize, and then, of course, the intermediate level from the warm to the cooler repository. When talking to the builders of the repository, it turned out that that plan would be realized, but then the number of those zones was reduced from 6 to 4. A and B were turned into one freezing chamber, and C and F were united, were merged into the warm repository. The material preservation requires not just the temperature, but the humidity. And we had to reshape our collections and unite the glass negatives from the repository F and the repository A, while the refrigeration chamber B was merged with the repository C. So we ended up with 2 repositories, one for negatives and one for positives. If the positive repository proved to be pretty big, the negative repository turned out to be smaller than expected. We had to figure out how to place all the negatives in small space. Another problem was merging the stable versus unstable negatives. We decided to place the glass negatives next to the ventilation, while the acetate base were placed next to the air ducts. The acid vapor should not adversely impact the glass negatives. We checked the air pollution due to the decomposition of the acetate film, and we put in the active filters with coal. So we just don't just need the filter. You have to prove scientifically that the content of vapors is very high. When it comes to furnace, we had special armors. The most valuable items were kept in metal lockers. The positives and negatives were also kept in metal drawers. The new repository, we decided not to move any files or armors because they take too much space. We decided to place the negatives into boxes on metal shelves, while the metal files were refuted because those armors, they corrode, they get rusted due to the acids. The moving shelves were placed there. We were trying to place them on the stationary shelves to prevent the damage to glasses. We had to order several thousand boxes and repackage a lot of materials. Those boxes had to be durable. They had to be able to keep several kilograms, made from dense cardboard. We were cooperating with a Polish company. Manufacturing archive boxes, they made those boxes of special types for us. To transport them, we had a special truck for moving works of art with special springs to get rid of too much fluctuation. Summing up, I would like to say that the inspection of the condition of monuments played a significant role in pre-planning the construction of the repository. We were able to convince the university management to do the investment. So we have the state-of-the-art. And this next achievement is that we hired the photographer, and he digitized 10,000 negatives. We have to digitize about 60,000 more. We hired the photography restorer, and the inspection created the basis to figure out the square footage for each type of the repository. We created the new system of preserving the items based on the types of materials and not by collections. Even though the number of climate zones has been reduced, we've been able to resolve the issue of using less space. We haven't done everything yet. We have to still package a lot of materials for which we didn't have time. We will have to use the freezers and freeze the negatives and positives. We have done a lot, and the materials are now kept in better conditions than before, and it has to extend the duration. At this website, you can see that our previous repository were only supposed to live for 4 years, and right now they're supposed to be 121 years long. Thank you kindly for your attention. That has been very impressive. We have to dream about stuff like that, but hopefully we'll be able to achieve that. We have questions for you. Sorry, can I hear the question? Since 96 until the year 2020, have you did you notice more problems with preserving the photographic documents? Have you lost anything irreversibly, whether positives or negatives? Has anything been lost completely? Any images on some bearers? I'm not really sure, because they have never been fixed, but some of the nitrate negatives, they have lost the images completely. I haven't been there myself. Maybe they were in better condition 30 years ago, but they're no longer available. So I think that earlier you didn't do any digitization. You were just photocopying the documents. So there was some digitization of negatives, and some acetate films have been lost, and we cannot see the image very well. When the nitrate images have never been digitized, so I'm not really sure. The process has been negative. One more question. After all this huge work on preserving the collection, how many people were involved? And it's my understanding that you were personally involved as well. You were doing the packaging, the right preservation, so what you have achieved. So how many restorers were working over just packaging all this stuff? As far as I know, you don't have too many staff people. I was doing the inspection of the collection by myself, just myself. And then, as I brought the restorers, The restorer started planning the transportation. She organized the whole department because right at that point, the head of our department left us. You know, she moved to another job. Then we had another restorer, book restorer, but she was from Italy and she couldn't come to us. She was hired in March. She only arrived in June. And we hired one more assistant, and they were able to get the whole department involved for packaging, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people altogether. The biggest responsibility was assumed by 3 people. That was a lot of work, and it was being done really fast due to COVID, because we couldn't leave. We were supposed to show up in August. Nobody mentioned any terms in May or in June. We were all stressed out, and then we were told at the last moment that we will be returning in December. So that's the way it was. Thank you very much. It was really interesting. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Ekaterina. So we've let's do the coffee break right now, as we're a little bit late. We will start with Yngve Magnusson, so we'll get together in 20 minutes.
Коллеги, трансляцию давайте закончим. Коллеги, мы продолжаем заседание нашего.
We are continuing our conference.
Сейчас мы прослушаем
Right now, we'll be listening to the report of Yngve Magnusson, nanoscience, serving the masters to prolong the longevity of books and the works of art. This is a new subject for us. The translation will be provided by us, as we do realize that there are way too many terms, so we'll try to do the interpretation understandable. Please don't get offended. So we met just 15 minutes ago. Yngve?
Also wir freuen sich bei uns begrüßen. Я говорю о том, что мы рады его приветствовать на нашей конференции.
We are happy to welcome you at our conference.
Danke für die Möglichkeit, hier
Thank you.
aus meinem Museum in Norwegen, in Lillehammer.
Спасибо за возможность представить
Thank you.
музей в Норвегии.
Ich werde heute einen kurzen Beitrag über die Nanotechnologie beisteuern.
И я сегодня хочу вас познакомить, предоставить вам доклад о нанопродуктах.
Nanorestore sind Produkte, die entwickelt wurden mit 4 Kriterien.
И нанопродукты были разработаны, вот это нанорестор, это торговое название, это нанопродукт, и я его буду дальше называть нанорестор, из 4 соображений.
Die sollte sicher sein für die Objekte.
Они должны быть совместимы со всеми компонентами объекты произведения, которым вы работаете.
Die sollte sicher sein für die Restauratoren.
Они должны быть не токсичны или как бы в меньшей степени, чем другие традиционные реставрационные материалы, токсичны для работы, для реставратора.
Und die sollten eine große Kontrolle über den Eingriff ermöglichen.
И также в процессе работы с ним должна быть возможность большего контроля за реставрационными мероприятиями.
Und die sollte einfacher und schneller sein als die traditionellen Methoden.
И, конечно же, они должны быть проще в работе и более быстро работающие, быстродействующие, чем традиционные реставрационные методики.
Die Nanorestore-Produkte besteht aus 3 verschiedenen Modulen.
Нанопродукты, нанорестор-продукты направлены для работы по 3 основным направлениям.
Das ist Cleaning oder Reinigung,
Это очистка,
Consolidation oder Stabilisierung,
консолидация или стабилизация, или по-русски это укрепление.
Die Consolidation ist für Wandmalereien gedacht und ich werde heute nicht darüber reden.
Консолидация больше относится к укреплению, в процессе укрепления при реставрации живописи.
Die Acidification ist Entsäuerung.
Раскисление или нейтрализация.
Und würde speziell für die Entsäuerung von Papier und Holz und Leinwände entwickelt.
И вот последняя, 3-я нейтрализация, она специально разработана для реставраторов бумаги.
Die Cleaning- oder Reinigungsmaterialien kann man auf wassersensible Objekte verwenden, wie Papier, aber auch als wasserverträgliche Objekte, sowie Trennung von den beiden verschiedenen Materialien.
При очистке наноматериал может использоваться как и на объектах водоустойчивых, так и чувствительных к воде.
Die Entsäuerung hat, wie schon erwähnt haben, für Papier verwendet werden.
Как я уже говорила, при нейтрализации это используется именно для бумаги, да, для целлюлозных материалов.
Aber auch für Leinwand oder Textil.
Но также может быть применяться и при реставрации картин и текстиля.
Sowie für Pergament und Leder.
И таких материалов, как кожа и пергамент.
Ich werde zuerst über die Reinigungsmöglichkeiten erzählen.
Дальше я хотела рассказать о возможности очистки при помощи наноматериалов.
Das umfasst dann Oberflächenreinigung.
Это очистка поверхности, быстрая очистка поверхности.
Sowie Entfernung von Klebebänder, Kleister, Klebemittel. Und man kann auch damit sehr gut Acryl entfernen.
И в таких случаях, когда нужно некоторое расслоение, это при наличии различных наклеек, скотча или клеевых пятен.
So, zuerst gehe ich auf den Entsäuerungsprozess ein.
Сейчас мы коснемся процесса нейтрализации.
Die erste Frage, die man sich stellen soll, ist mein Objekt porös genug, um die Nanokalke aufnehmen zu können?
При нейтрализации первый вопрос, который мы должны ставить перед собой, насколько материал достаточно пористый или хорошо проклеенный.
Wenn die Frage mit Ja beantwortet wird,
если мы себе отвечаем на этот вопрос, что да,
dann ist die Frage, verträgt mein Objekt Propanol oder Ethanol?
И тогда мы должны понимать, устойчив ли наш объект к изопропанолу, это вот 2 пропанола, которые, или к этанолу. Сделать тест.
Es gibt 2 Möglichkeiten, mit Propanol oder Ethanol zu arbeiten.
В готовой продукции есть 2 возможности. Я так и буду говорить, да? Пейпопропанол и пейпоэтанол.
Und beide Produkte gibt es in 2 Konzentrationen.
И оба эти продукты различаются, имеют 2 концентрации.
Das ist 3 oder 5%.
Соответственно, это 3 или 5%. Цифрами они показаны.
Wenn die Objekte nicht porös genug sind,
если объект не пористый, то есть
kann eine weiße Schleier sich bilden.
Значит, если объект не пористый, допустим, хорошо проклеенный, да, коландрированный, то тогда мы должны понимать, можем ли мы рисковать, когда будет образовываться некоторая белесость и глянцевость.
Потому что часть продукта может остаться на поверхности, когда мы будем применять эти вещества, составы.
Weiter?
Ja, und dann sollte man die 3%ige benutzen.
И тогда нужно применять 3% концентрацию геля.
Der Prozess ist einfach. Das Erste, was man macht, ist zu überprüfen, dass das Objekt Alkohol verträgt.
Процесс очень простой. Первое, что мы должны сделать, это измерить pH.
Und wenn es festgestellt ist, dann misst man den pH in dem Papier.
Да, мы меряем уровень pH бумаги перед применением этих составов.
Und danach hat man dann 3 Möglichkeiten, den Nanokalk zu applizieren.
И обычно у нас есть 3 возможности нанесения буферного раствора.
Man kann es mit Pinsel anbringen.
Вы можете наносить при помощи кисти.
Man kann es mit Sprühflasche verwenden.
Мы можем распылять при помощи распылителя.
Oder man kann auch am Bad daraus machen.
Или также можем помещать, окунать в ванну.
Danach sollte man die Objekte 15 Tage, 2 Wochen ruhen lassen in eine gleichmäßige Luftfeuchtigkeit in Zimmertemperatur.
И тогда после обработки нужно оставить объект на 15 дней при комнатной температуре и при влажности 60%.
Und danach wird die pH nochmal gemessen.
И тогда нужно еще раз померить pH.
Die pH sollte mindestens 7 bis 7,5 sein.
И тогда pH должно быть в пределах 7-7,5.
Und möchte man, kann man auch eine alkalische Reserve aufbauen.
Но есть также возможность сделать щелочной резерв в пределах 8-8,5.
Die Produkte beinhaltet nur Alkohol und Nanokalk.
Продукты содержат только спирт и наногель.
Частицы нанокарбоната кальция.
Wir kommen jetzt auf die Reinigungsprodukte.
Дальше мы переходим к продуктам, предназначенным для очистки.
Es gibt 5 verschiedene Mikroemulsionen.
Существует 5 видов микроэмульсий.
Hier sind 4 dargestellt.
Здесь представлены 4.
Die Gele sind eher eine Hilfsmittel, um die Lösemittel oder Mikroemulsionen einsetzen zu können.
И здесь уже гели, в основе которых содержится либо раствор, либо микроэмульсия.
Es gibt 4 verschiedene Gele.
Существует 4 различных вида геля,
die für verschiedene Oberflächen eingesetzt werden.
которые предназначены для различных поверхностей.
Hier habe ich die aktuelle Fall mit Papier dargestellt.
Здесь, значит, предоставлены для очистки водочувствительных материалов.
Wenn die Oberfläche sehr rau ist oder unregelmäßig,
когда поверхность несколько такая волнистая или грубая,
und wenn die Oberfläche glatt ist, wie ein Papier, dann hat man 2 Möglichkeiten.
Значит, когда поверхность, соответственно, волнистая такая, да, неровная, то тогда применяется гель Пеги. А когда поверхность ровная, гладкая, как бумага, то тогда следующий вариант.
Die MWR bedeutet, dass es eine medium große Wasserretention hat.
Да, скорее всего, он ограничивает...
Значит, können Sie noch einmal sagen,
Ja,
Mediumwasser?
MWR bedeutet, dass es eine geringere Menge Wasser speichern können als die HWR. Das heißt hohe Wasserspeicherkapazität.
Здесь гели различаются по мере того, насколько объект у вас чувствителен к воде. Да? Мы все понимаем, что наши объекты, которые бывают иногда терпят некоторый контакт с водой, а другие объекты в меньшей степени. И в зависимости от этой оценки вы подбираете себе тот или иной гель в готовой форме.
Und wenn man Klebebänder wegnehmen möchte,
Welche Gele?
Когда требуется очистка?
also, soll ich weitermachen?
Ja.
Ja.
Noch einmal bitte.
Wenn man Klebebänder wegnehmen möchte,
когда вы хотите удалить скотч,
oder was früher angesprochen wurde, Acrylic,
Акриловые клеи.
или акриловые клеи, да.
dann kann man die Microemulsions verwenden.
И тогда вы можете применять микроэмульсии.
Hier Hier ist dargestellt, wie die Mikroemulsionen gemischt sind.
Здесь представлена схема, как между собой смешиваются растворы.
Das ist hauptsächlich Wasser.
Это вода.
Und die kleinen Teile hier sind Lösemittel.
И растворитель.
Ich gehe jetzt nicht ein auf die Löslichkeit, weil die Zeit läuft.
Если не растворяется в течение какого-то времени.
Ich finde es wichtig, dass man versteht, wie die Gele funktionieren.
Он считает, что очень важно
понимать, как работают гели.
Да.
Es gibt verschiedene Klassifikationen von Gele.
Имеется различная классификация гелев.
Man spricht über physikalische Gele.
Мы говорим о физических гелях
und chemische Gele.
И химических.
Alle Gele haben eine Polymer und ein Flüssigkeit.
Каждый имеет полимер и жидкость.
Und wenn die Flüssigkeit Wasser ist, spricht man von Hydrogel.
Когда мы воду смешиваем с полимером, у нас получается водный гель. То есть у нас основа вода, и она там держится, поэтому мы получаем физический гель.
Und die Polymer kann ein Zelluloseether sein.
И полимер обычно используется какой-то целлюлозосодержащий, например, метилцеллюлоза у нас.
Эфироцеллюлоза.
Да.
Ja. Und wenn die Flüssigkeit ein Lösemittel ist, dann spricht man von Organogel.
И если у нас основой геля выступает растворитель, то мы говорим о так называемых органогелях.
Und bekannt bei Restauratoren sind die Polyacrylicsäuren.
Среди реставраторов они известны как полуакрилаты или вот торговое это название карбопол.
Auch Wolbersgele genannt.
Ja, weiter.
Und schließlich gibt es die Pythagel.
И следующая разновидность это фитогель.
Das sind Polysaccharide, also Zuckerarten.
Это полисахариды.
Die mit Wasser eine Verdickung erzeugt.
Но тоже, которые держат воду.
Да.
Die Nanogele sind mit Wasser hergestellt, die sind also Hydrogele.
Те гели, которые в основе содержат воду, называются гидрогели, то есть от слова гидровода.
Und die Polymer ist Acrylamid.
В качестве полимера используется акриламид.
Es ist sehr oft eingesetzt in Medizin.
Они применяются в медицине.
Und wird auch für Kontaktlinsen verwendet.
Для контакта. Для контактных линз.
Und die chemische Hydrogele, also die Nanorestorprodukte, können sehr verschiedene Flüssigkeiten speichern.
И химические гидрогели могут как бы нести различные растворители в себе.
Also beide Wasser und Lösemittel und Emulsionen.
Как микроэмульсии могут использоваться.
Und das kommt dadurch, dass wie die hergestellt wurden.
Здесь представлена схема, как
работают эти два вида геля.
Die physikalischen Gele haben schwache Bindungen.
Физические гели имеют слабое соединение, взаимодействие.
Обычно на водородных связях, да.
Und funktionieren eher wie Schwämme. Die Lösemittel werden absorbiert.
И адсорбируют они там иногда растворитель, то есть можно добавить туда растворитель в небольшом количестве.
Und dadurch können auch Reste von die Gele in der Oberfläche festbleiben.
И поскольку структура такого вида геля, как правило, не прочная, есть вероятность, что частично он может остаться на поверхности.
Nanogele haben sehr starke Bindungen und die Lösemittel haften an der Oberfläche in die kleinen Poren, die Gele beinhaltet. Und können so entsteht keine Reste von die Gele an der Oberfläche von den Objekten.
Химические гели имеют более прочную структуру, и поэтому вероятность остаточного количества сведена к минимуму.
Ich werde dann kurz abschließen, zeigen, wie man das appliziert.
В заключение, я иду медленно, наверное, к заключению, и сейчас как мы применяем на практике.
Die Gel wird in Wasser gelegt, wenn man jetzt zum Beispiel eine Stärke oder Cellulose oder proteinbasierte Klebeband wegnehmen möchte. Dann legt man das Gel in Wasser.
Если у нас имеется какая-то заклейка, которая выполнена с помощью крахмал содержащего или клеев растительного происхождения, то, соответственно, мы применяем гель на водной основе.
Man trocknet es ab, sodass es ganz trocken ist.
И далее мы его высушиваем.
Сначала мы гель погружаем в воду, а затем мы после набухания его просушиваем.
Legt es auf der Oberfläche.
Наносим на поверхность.
Und die Einwirkzeit muss man testen.
Нужно протестировать одну сторону.
Es kann von 5 Minuten bis 5 Stunden sein.
Потому что данный процесс может длиться от 5 минут до 5 часов.
Und das Objekt wird dabei nie nass.
И при этом не происходит намокание объекта.
Das Klebeband kann dann abgehoben werden oder getrennt werden.
И тогда клейкая лента или наклейка какая-то могут быть легко удалены.
Und die Gele geht dann zurück in den Wasserbehälter und kann wieder eingesetzt werden.
И тогда гель можно обратно поместить в воду, промыть и снова потом применять.
Das kann man auch mit den Mikroemulsion machen, statt Wasser.
Вместо воды можно также применять эмульсию.
Damit kann man sehr gut Klebebände mit synthetischen Bindemitteln entfernen.
И это тогда очень подходит для чувствительных объектов.
Wenn man große Mengen Klebebände von einer Rückseite zum Beispiel entfernen möchte.
Когда у нас есть большое количество заклеек, например, на обратной стороне листа.
Kann man auch die Mikroemulsions in Cellulose mischen, also eine physikalische Bindung machen.
И тогда можно применять микроэмульсию в смеси с пульпой, с целлюлозой.
Und man braucht äußerst geringe Mengen.
Потому что требуется большое количество геля.
Mit 1 Gramm kann man sehr weit kommen.
С 1 граммом можно обработать большую поверхность.
Und schließlich über die Entwicklung. Diese Materialien wurden von der Europäischen Union entwickelt oder finanziert.
Теперь, как этот материал был разработан?
In 2 Projekten zwischen 2014 und 2020.
В период с 2014 по 2020 года проводились работы при Европейском Союзе, исследования инноваций.
Und die beiden Projekte sind abgeschlossen.
Это было 2 проекта, NanoFlight, и они уже закрылись.
Und Definitive One ist ein Teil von dem Ausbildungsteam von den Nanoprodukten. Die Produkte werden in Italien hergestellt und von Definitive One distribuiert und in Russland dann von Arttechnics. Danke.
И данные продукты были предоставлены и Италии, и в России можно через дистрибьюторов Arttechnics.
Ja, meine Zeit ist
Спасибо.
Vielen
Да.
Dank für...
Vielen Dank. Есть вопросы?
Ja, gern geschehen.
Keine Frage, wir müssen das überlegen.
Überlegen. Viel
Vielen
Information.
Ja,
Vielen
aber
Dank.
ich kann nur empfehlen, sich mit der Technik zu beschäftigen. Und viel Erfolg mit den Tagen.
И он может порекомендовать поработать и проэкспериментировать с данными материалами всем реставраторам. Vielen Dank. Sehen wir später noch.
Ja. Keine
So.
Fragen aus dem Publikum?
И тогда, которые вопросы у вас назреют, вы можете отправить их по почте, и
If you
мы...
develop any questions later, we will be providing you with the address because we have to think about what we have heard. And thank you kindly for understanding. I hope that it was more or less understandable what we were talking about. Let's continue. Colleagues, let's continue.
Продолжается трансляция?
Yeah.
Идет. Следующий доклад.
Our next reporter will be done by Zinaida Vahovskaya, helping us to translate as an expert in chemistry. She is the teacher of at the Russian Humanities University, digital methods of analyzing the images and the quantitative analysis of the manuscript conditions. Hello, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the wonderful event and join all of the congratulations to the 100th anniversary of the library that we heard yesterday and today. As you all are aware of, the digital methods are now part of our life, and they're being used for a number of practical goals. When it comes to the library and archive materials, we use those methods for shedding some light on the history of some book monuments, if the ink has faded or if there was intentional loss of the ink, so some parts could have been glued or painted over or something like that. So we have to think about the digital methods of analyzing and processing of images. That work shows the analysis of multispectral images of ink. The authors did a great job doing that. The left picture shows us the right of view. It's a model of what they have done. In the very middle of it, there is the intentional loss of the text, and on the right-hand side, we can see what could be done, what could be achieved by using the digital methods. A similar situation happened in our work as we were studying the aesthetics collection dated by the 15th and the 16th centuries, as we didn't have any scribes information in that manuscript, and the chief archivist of the manuscript division, that collection included several scribes. We decided that probably It was being created in one of the monasteries' scribers' offices. It's impossible to figure out today which one. And the similar version was being certified when it came to the correlation between the scribe and the script, because they use different types of European paper, but there was no correlation between the scribe and the paper, and it was proven by our conclusion. Then we selected 10 sheets from that collection to make a more detailed study, and that work was described by me during the previous conference, and it has currently been published in the Herald for the Church, Art and Archaeology, because that ascetic collection includes the works of Saint Basil the Great and Saint John the Chrysostom, and those stories, once we study them, we could shed the light onto the ways of their penetration into the Russian lands. Not all of those collections are unique, because most of the time they were being prepared for a specific person. During the pre-restoration stage, we made pictures of selected pages in the ultraviolet and infrared range. We ended up with 30 pictures, with 30 photographs. When the primary stage of analysis, we could see that the red ink is lost on pictures received at the IQ range, because the mercury sulfide was transparent for infrared, so we couldn't see anything. But on the other picture, we see the areas of the ink migration. We had to figure out quantitatively the square area of ink for each scribe, and we also were supposed to compare the ink in the visualizable and in the infrared range. We were using the so-called computer vision tools that are worked into the software, into the Skylab 6.0 software program. It's a 4.1.2 version. Here we are showing its interface, what it looked like, as there were obvious differences of pixels from the ink pixels. That allowed us to do the segmentation using the grayish hues.
После того, как мы
Upon
изображений, которые получили в видимой
each of the images received in the visible and the ultraviolet areas were transferred from the RDB to another format. We created the histograms in pixels that are shown at this chart. We ended up with two maximum values, one from the background, from the paper itself, and the second maximum was received directly from the ink. Then, in order for us to compare the area that we're interested in, where the text used to be, as the background is slightly different when it comes to maximum, we had to do the scaling. So we had to shift the maximum pixels to do the correct calculations on ink. Here we can see that what it looked like when we were transferring the image from the RGB into the grayish hues model. And then as we were transferring the image and as we scaled them, since the paper was of different types, it was different in size and format, and in order for us to do the calculation correctly, we had to scale the images in order for the images to have the same number of pixels. And as we transferred them into grayish hues and created the histogram of the pixel distribution, we had to figure out the lower values for the binarization indicators. For lighter colors, they were a bit diluted. So it was very hard to figure out the high threshold value. If we ended up with too low threshold, like 0.2, on the right-hand side, we show the picture that was transfigured from the image received in the ultraviolet area. In the very middle, it is visible, and on the right, this is the way it used to look from the very beginning, and the image was already scaled into the same format for the right calculation. So the visible picture shows the lighting of ink, because the ink was very light itself. If we took the high threshold for the binarization indicator, certain sheets had the darkening and the lighting of certain areas. The right bottom corner, where we have the so-called fingerprints or some accumulated ink, they turned dark. And if we could do any further calculation with that, those areas would be perceived as ink by the computer vision. So we could not afford that. And after a number of attempts, purely empirically, we came up with the threshold value of 0.35, which was optimum for our goals. Here we show the results that we have come up with for two sheets that were written, that had been written by the same scribe. The manuscript department notified us about that, but they were preserved to different degrees, and the paper was produced by the same manufacturer. But as the sheets were in different parts of the collection, the man who had been writing them probably did it at different times. And here, what is shown here are our data. The level of migration for the sheet of paper where the level of deterioration was higher. So, as the result of all of that, we could come to the following conclusions. The digital methods for the image analysis could be used, and they are good for the scientific restoration, especially for the analysis of the degree of preservation. If we are monitoring a certain manuscript once a year, there will be some insignificant changes and alterations that we cannot simply remember. If we have any photographic parameters, then in the future we could do that. Thank you kindly for your attention. Your questions, please. Thank you. Unfortunately, you will have to email your questions. We don't have enough time for them. colleagues, next one, let's do things a little bit faster. The next person is Yelena Shapilova from the, and then Yulia Baskakova. Yelena Shapilova is the researcher from the Lab of Comprehensive Research of Manuscripts with the St. Petersburg Institute of History, the Russian Academy of Sciences, the research of cellulose materials used for the restoration and conservation of manuscripts and printed monuments. Dear colleagues, I would like to present the results of the research of various types of cardboard and paper, mostly domestic, used for conservation and and restoration of various monuments. Their incompatibility forced us to do that research. Several types of cardboard and paper are well known for their properties were taken to be researched as an etalon. All of the cellulose materials used for the restoration and conservation of monuments of material and culture should be complacent with certain requirements. They should have the page close to neutral. They should be chemically inert. And you probably do know that when our cellulose materials contain lignin, the paper base of the document could turn yellow. The controlled parameters. Most of the control parameters were the thickness, the mass per square meter, and the fiber, as well as inner layer, the lignin, as well as the content of optical bleachers. The first slide shows the types of paper. They don't contain the optical bleachers and lignin. The so-called equally durable paper was being made during the early 1980s from cotton leftovers and by aerodynamic method. It's the water absorption level is about 7.5. It's absorbed into by the starch. This paper cannot be reproduced as it was being produced in Krasное Selo, that no longer exists. The other type of paper is called chara. It's technical cellulose with some additives of viscose. It's glued through. It's not glued through with starch, but with some formaldehyde resin. Its pH is 5.9. It was made at the Malinsk plant that is currently in Ukraine. The tea paper is currently used for tea bags. It's made from technical cellulose from coniferous trees. It has a pH of 5.7. And you're well familiar with the Michaeland paper of the 90s, and the paper that was produced until the year 2010. It's the cotton cellulose glued through by the starch that was paper produced during the 1990s, and its pH is around 7.5. The paper produced in the year 2010 has the pH of about 7.1. They're all glued through by the starch. everybody knows about its drawback from the restorer's perspective. If it is duplicated in one layer, it twists the document, so we have to put it in 2 layers across, and then the construction gets harder and thicker. With all of this, the paper is high quality. It's no longer produced, and the factory is not does no longer exist, and the machine, as far as I know, has been taken apart. Let's move on to the so-called Michael paper produced by the Boom-Prom carton. It's made of the mixture of the coniferous and deciduous trees. Cellulose, its pH is 7.1. The paper is not too bad, but it's not glued through by the starch. For a number of years, they were figuring out the various types of fibers, and at this point, they have several varieties of paper. Unfortunately, they're not part of my report, as I received those samples too late, and because of certain circumstances, I haven't gotten a chance to do all of the research. It is made from Egyptian cotton or from the Manila hemp. They look like the longer fibered paper.
Так, на данном слайде
this slide shows the condensed paper that used to be loved by restorers. There was no other paper available back in those days. This condenser's paper is made of unbleached cellulose, and it wasn't glued through by the starch, and its pH is 5.8. For highly regionalized monuments, it is impossible to do that if they were duplicated on this paper. But since it was very easy to work with it and everybody liked that paper, so we used the image of likeness of that paper to do the special durable restoration paper. It was around the late 1990s. It was really thin and transparent, and it was being made from the bleached technical cellulose. It wasn't glued through by the starch, and at this point it has the pH of about 6.2. All these papers have still been retained in several restoration centers, and they are being actively used there. However weird that is, they still use the modern condensing paper that in restoration centers where they don't have the access to more suitable varieties of paper. So as we were talking about the modern condensing paper that is being made from an unbleached coniferous cellulose glued through not by the starch. It contains the lignin and it has the pH of 6.5.
Пользуется также популярностью и
so the cigarette paper, both domestic and imported, is quite popular. It is thin and transparent, and it's convenient for handling. It's made from coniferous technicus cellulose with some addition of technical fiber. It's not glued through with fiber, and it has a pH of 5 to 5.5. But the older generation of restorers, people who are much older than me, they used to warn us that using the cigarette paper for restoration is not a very good idea, as it contains a number of substances to prevent it from burning. So, and they're being made on the basis of orthophosphorus acid, which is not a very good idea, to say the least, for restoration.
Так. На следующем слайде у нас представлено.
Our next slide shows the cardboard and paper used for conservation. They make either well-preserved or the display passé partout. It's the current draft paper, stamp paper, and the drawing paper made by the Goznak. The draft paper is more popular than the two previous ones, but that paper includes some optical bleachers, and it was like a natural experiment. Back in the 90s, we purchased some draft paper, and currently its pH is less than 5 units. This is caused by the fact that they use the titanium dioxide made by the acidic method. Therefore, the paper got oxidized and has a very low pH. It also contains some optical bleachers, acid-free cardboard, special for use for the documents conservation. Its pH is 8, but it's glued through by the starch, but it's made from unbleached cellulose of the coniferous and deciduous trees. And the craft paper, this is something not to be used for packaging because it does contain the lignin, and it has the initial pH is 7.6. After it gets older, it goes down to 5 to 5.96, and the old craft paper that currently has no more than 5.5 pH. Please keep that in mind.
Я пропустила там шапку. Я просто пропустила. Девочки. Я посмотрела уже. Ну, это виды как специальные
types of cardboard to be used for packaging. Most of them don't contain the lignin or any bleachers. That's museum English acid-free cardboard. The Russian cardboard, they're all glued through with the starch or the modified starch. They are not glued through very heavily, and their pH is 7.5 to 8.5. But the Czech gray cardboard is different because of its fibers. In addition to the coniferous and deciduous cellulose, it contains some duster fiber and the wooden pulp. It's really waste paper, and the pH is really high, close to 9, but so I missed something, I guess. Here you can look at the technical cardboard often used for conservation of documents, as well as some cardboards that are described as acid-free. They're all made from the unbleached technical cellulose, both coniferous and deciduous, and they all contain lignin. And some of them even contain the wooden pulp. They don't contain any bleachers, though. Their pH 5.5 to 6.5, and most of the time they are not glued through by the starch. Some imported cardboards designed for making microclimate containers. They are made from the mixture of deciduous and coniferous cellulose. That they might contain some textile fibers. They don't contain any lignin or any optical bleachers. Their pH is close to 9, and some cardboards have 7 to 8, and the research was being done by layers, each layer separately, and the paper was being researched separately. Let me do the last slide. I cannot help saying something about the micro cardboards used for the disposal packaging. They're all made from the cheapest raw materials. They contain the wooden pulp and the unbleached cellulose, so there is lignin in there. The surfacial layer contains some bleachers. The inner layer doesn't have any coating. So our document touches the lignin containing packaging material. This disposal packaging is not supposed to be used for long preservation. Different types of calcs. This is the paper often used for packaging and for some preventive protective sheets to protect the additional photographic and the painting research. It cannot be used for conservation. In spite of all its indicators, its technology uses the process of acidity that boosts its transparency, but there is some unwashed sulfuric acid in there. This is all I was going to say. I have a question. This Mika-Lent question is quite acute. Well, this paper is not available and it will never be available. You can only purchase it from some old stock because the factory that no longer exists and the machine where it used to be produced has been taken apart. The alternative is Boom Prom Carton. There is Mr. Chubukov there, a certain man, and they make the analog of the Mika-Lent paper. Currently, they have come up with the right makeup. It's not part of my presentation as I received the samples too late. Those samples were made from the Manila hemp and from the ready-made cotton fiber. I haven't checked on that. This is how they describe themselves. A short question. Let's do the discussion later.
Есть такие.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, they do exist. I couldn't hear the question. There are certain museums that are forced to purchase them. You know, some provincial museums cannot get away from that. I don't know from what, as I didn't hear the question.
Где? Где?
Where?
Та бумага, которая поступает, она совершенно другого
The
качества.
paper that comes to us is different in quality from what it used to be.
Я подозреваю, что мы об одной бумаге говорим, которая под Петербургом выпускается.
I'm afraid we're talking about the same kind of paper being produced near St. Petersburg.
Да? Значит, ну да.
Для Германии другого цвета, для какой-то компании еще третьего цвета, но у них бывает две торговых марки. Одна марка «Салют», другая марка еще другую название. Одна марка делает из переработанных материалов, да? А другая марка делает из 100% целлюлозы. Какую марку вы изучаете?
По всей вероятности, мне попало
Probably I had to deal with the paper made from reprocessed materials. There was nothing else available at the moment.
А пролетарий, он раз на пролетарии сейчас делается?
Is it produced at the proletariat? It used to be produced at the Krasnogorodka factory. It used to be produced in a different area. It's mostly advertised by the ex-staff people from the VNIBA as the VNIBA. Yeah, I'm talking specifically about Ludmila. I don't know Mr. Neskov. I know Ludmila. The Czech cardboard is something that I really disliked. So I'm sorry, I cannot hear the question. So I can only hear the speaker's responses. Yeah, I was inspired by that. I was happy about that.
Большинство.
Most of them. Yeah. Most of them work with our binding cardboard. So there are different types of cardboard for different funds. Your library probably has some cardboard, probably not for rare books. So the spectrum of the materials that was provided to us, don't forget that we have regions sitting here with us that don't have, where not everyone can choose from whatever is available. So all of the materials that come to us, we keep changing them. Then not all of the funds can afford some acid-free paper. We keep talking about that. On the other hand, we discuss the fact that some low-quality materials sometimes could also be used if it is available. Thank you so much. The next speaker will be by Jasna Malesic. Stabilizing processing during the ink and corrosion. Ekaterina will be helping us with the interpretation.
Стабилизационная обработка, коррозия чернил.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to present to you some of the main results which were obtained during the search in the national and university.
Сегодня я хочу вам представить результаты исследований, которые были проведены в Национальной библиотеке Словении.
Library of Slovenia on the subject of stabilization treatments for corrosive inks and pigments on paper.
На тему стабилизационной обработки при коррозии чернил и пигментов на бумаге.
The most well-known corrosive ink is, of course, iron gall ink, which was used for writing and drawing in Europe from about 5th century until beginning of the 20th century.
Самыми распространенными чернилами для написания или рисования в Европе, начиная с V века и вплоть до начала XX века, были железогаловые чернила.
Unfortunately, it was used by many very famous artists, such as Leonardo da Vinci, Johann Sebastian Bach, and Victor Hugo.
К сожалению, им пользовались многие художники, писатели и композиторы, как Леонардо да Винчи, Johann Sebastian Bach и Hugo.
Well, the iron gall ink is corrosive to documents and manuscripts. On every support it is applied.
Железогаловые чернила коррозивны для документов и манускриптов на бумаге и на пергаменте.
On such as paper and parchment, and in the first phase it causes browning on the verso of the manuscript, and in the last phase it causes total embrittlement of the support.
То есть прежде всего происходит изменение цвета, и с оборотной стороны бумага становится более коричневой, а затем она становится очень крупной, хрупкой и начинает трескаться и разлагаться.
Well, now we are facing with immense problem of preserving countless documents, manuscripts, drawings, which are endangered by the corrosive properties of iron cooling.
У нас огромная проблема, чтобы сохранить бесконечное количество документов, манускриптов, рисунков, перед которыми стоит огромная опасность из-за коррозивных свойств железогаловых чернил.
The main problem lies in the ingredients of the ink, because it is composed of vitriol, which is either iron or copper sulfate, and then of tannins, which are extracted from gallnuts, and gum arabic, which is used to serve as a dispersion agent of the ink.
Главная проблема состоит в ингредиентах. Железогаловые чернила состоят из купороса, что на самом деле является сульфатом меди и железа, а также дубильных веществ, которые происходят из чернильных орешков, а также гумми арабика.
We also know corrosive pigments, such as malachite or verdigris, which are composed of copper acetates or hydroxyacetates, and cause similar damage to the paper support as iron cooled ink. Well, first, again, it is discoloration.
А также ущерб наносится бумаге коррозивными пигментами, которые состоят из меди. Прежде всего, ярмедянка, она бывает нейтральной или щелочной, малахит. Они состоят либо из ацетата меди, или же из гидроацетатов и гумми арабика. Они оказывают плохое воздействие на карты, графику и при раскрашивании книг.
On the verso of the paper support, and in the last phase, total embrittlement of the paper support.
И с обратной стороны происходит обесцвечивание, то есть бумага начинает менять цвет, становится более коричневой, и на последней стадии разложения бумага становится очень хрупкой, и появляются трещины, и разлагается она.
It was in use until the 19th century among print, map and book colorists.
И ей пользовались вплоть до XIX века.
There are two main mechanisms which lead to degradation of cellulose, and very well known acid catalyzed hydrolysis is also caused by iron cooling.
И происходит два процесса разложения целлюлозы. Первое — это гидролиз целлюлозы под воздействием кислот.
Because it is acidic due to sulfate salts and tannic or gallic acid.
Кислоты присутствуют из-за солей сульфата, а также галловой кислоты и дубильных кислот.
pH of paper, which contains iron cooled ink, can be as low as 3.7. And the pH of verdigris containing documents is around neutral, but we might end up with the same problem because the paper might be acidic.
pH бумаги, которая содержит в себе железогаловые чернила, может варьироваться от 3,7 до 7,1. А pH ярмедянки может быть нейтральной, но бумага может быть очень кислотной при этом.
In neutral or in alkaline media, the main mechanism leading to degradation of cellulose is autooxidation reaction. Here on the right side, you can see the simple scheme of autooxidation reaction.
Самым важным элементом при деградации целлюлозы является гидролиз под воздействием кислот. И с правой стороны вы видите диаграмму, как это происходит.
Which begins with reaction of cellulose with atmospheric oxygen.
Она начинается с того, что целлюлоза реагирует с кислородом в воздухе.
Peroxides are formed, which decompose homolytically in the presence of transition metal ions such as iron and copper.
И в результате образуется пероксид водорода, который реагирует с железистыми ионами бумаги и приводит к образованию радикалов.
This is well-known Fenton reaction of iron and peroxide, and then very reactive hydroxyl radicals are formed, which react in the chain reaction. And
что в этом состоит реакция Фентона, что железо реагирует с пероксидом, образуются радикалы и трехвалентное железо. И это цепная реакция, то есть она повторяется все быстрее и быстрее.
We know that certain elements are capable of catalyzing this autooxidation reaction, and
некоторые элементы способны катализировать эту реакцию, и в частности, среди них это железо и медь.
Among them, copper is even far more catalytically active than iron.
И медь гораздо более каталитически активна, чем железо.
In order to chemically stabilize acid hydrolysis, we can add mild alkali to the paper.
Для того, чтобы стабилизировать гидролиз под воздействием кислот, мы можем добавить щелочи.
But in order to slow down autooxidation reaction, we should add different kinds of antioxidants.
Но для того, чтобы остановить окисление, то нам надо добавить антиоксиданты.
Among antioxidants which interfere in different parts of this autooxidation chain reaction, we know radical scavengers, which react with radicals to form more stable species. Then
среди этих антиоксидантов можно назвать вещества, которые как бы убирают радикалы из системы.
We know peroxide decomposer, which decompose peroxides heterolytically so that radical species are not formed, or chelating agents.
И они также убирают пероксиды, разлагают пероксиды, чтобы они дальше не реагировали с целлюлозой.
These chelating agents form chelates with transitional metal ions, so they are not capable of catalyzing autooxidation reaction anymore.
Можно добавить хелатные вещества, которые комплексуют металлы, вроде железа и меди, и не позволяют им дальше реагировать с целлюлозой, вызывая радикалы, гидроксильные радикалы.
And among chelating agents in conservation science, the most well-known is, of course, phytate. Phytate is capable of chelating iron species, so that iron is not capable of Fenton reaction anymore, but it doesn't interfere with copper ions.
И самым популярным хелатным веществом в реставрации является фитатовая кислота. Она успешно комплексует железо, но однако она, наоборот, неактивна, не способна комплексовать медь.
So, in order to stabilize the paper documents with iron galling, in Europe, mostly mechanical reinforcement using remoistenable tissues.
Для того, чтобы стабилизировать документы железогаловыми чернилами, производится механическое укрепление, используя специально подготовленные бумажки, которые изначально покрываются клеем, это называется remoistenable tissue, чтобы накладывать их уже с клеем и реактивировать с помощью большого количества алкоголя или же воды, чуть-чуть воды.
Is used, and then the only recognized chemical stabilization method is calcium phytate treatment,
Единственным признанным единственной признанной обработкой железогаловых чернил в данном случае является обработка фитата и бикарбоната кальция.
Which was developed by Johann Nevel already in 1995.
Этот метод был развит Йоханном Невелом в 1995 году.
This treatment involves immersion of paper artifacts in aqueous suspension of phytate and solution of calcium hydrogen carbonate.
Эта обработка заключается в погружении бумаги в раствор водный антиоксиданта фитата и раствора бикарбоната кальция.
But because you should immerse the paper several times in aqueous dispersions or solution, there might be a risk for fragile documents or bleeding of the inks and the color changes.
Поскольку нужно погружать бумагу несколько раз в раствор, то возникает большой риск с хрупкими документами на бумаге, что чернила могут потечь, могут цвета поменяться.
Of course, it's also this procedure is quite time-consuming.
Она занимает очень много времени.
On the other hand, as I already told you, phytate is not capable of slow down auto-oxidation reaction when we have copper ions present in the ink.
И так же, как я упоминала, эта обработка фитатом не способна остановить аутокатализацию меди.
Copper to iron molar ratio can be as high as 0.7 in various historical inks.
И в различных исторических чернилах пропорция между медью и железом может доходить до 70%, то есть 70% меди от содержания железа.
Well, in case of copper corrosion, so rare degree, aqueous washing, deacidification and reinforcement by mending on lining is usually used.
Когда мы говорим о стабилизации документов на бумаге при коррозии меди, то в настоящее время используется либо водная обработка, то есть промывка, нейтрализация и укрепление с помощью укрепления прорывов или же дублирования.
But also, Lista Hoffmann from the Austrian National Library treated some atlases using non-aqueous benzotriazole scavenger in ethanol, but they didn't use deacidification and they just reinforced the brittle areas with pre-coated Japanese papers.
И Кристина Хоффман, которую мы слышали в прошлый раз, она использует в Венской библиотеке не водный метод, это бензотриазол в этаноле, но при этом они не применяли нейтрализацию, они просто укрепили хрупкие места с японской бумагой, на которой был заранее нанесен клеевой состав.
Well, the problems associated with these treatments are that oxidation in the first case is not addressed. There might be problems if we use aqueous treatments that corrosive copper ions migrate from the colored areas.
Существуют проблемы и окисление, и гидролиз под воздействием кислот не решается, и также возникает миграция коррозивных ионов меди в воде и в бумаге.
Also, the colorants might migrate, and this treatment, of course, aqueous treatments are not suitable for bound books.
А также миграция пигментов может произойти, и это невозможно, это водная обработка для переплетенных книг.
Well, during INCOR project, this was a European Union project which took place from 2001 until 2005, we were trying to find antioxidants.
Во время европейского проекта INCCORE с 2001 по 2004 год они пытались найти антиоксиданты для обработки чернил.
Which would work regardless to the composition of iron gall ink, and that could be applied non-aqueously into the paper.
Которые могут действовать не только на железо, но и на другие коррозивные металлы.
So we were trying very different kinds of antioxidants, and among them, the most promising ones were quaternary ammonium salts.
Они делали эксперименты на различных антиоксидантах, и самым обещающим оказались соли кватерных аммония, то есть из 4 частных солей аммония.
Among them, tetrabutylammonium bromide significantly inhibited the decay of the model paper samples, which contained either iron gall ink, either copper, or even iron ions.
Самым обещающим оказался бромид тетрабутиламония. Он смог остановить разложение образцов, в которых содержалось железогаловые чернила, или же медь, или же ионы железа.
So here on the right side, you can see the photo. This is a copy of Slovenian national anthem. And on the left side, this model paper was just aged, not treated. And on the right side, it was treated with deacidification agent and tetrabutylammonium bromide and aged. And we can see really the big difference between the degradation of treated and untreated paper.
То есть здесь на фотографии мы видим пример гимна Словении, написанный в XIX веке, и с левой стороны это не обработанный вариант, а с правой обработанный. Вы можете увидеть разницу.
Well, the objective of our further research was to introduce the antioxidant somehow, and also the acidification agent somehow non-aqueously.
То есть цель исследования была постараться избежать использования воды и вводить антиоксиданты и щелочные вещества.
And that the method would be simple for use in conservation workshop.
Этот метод должен быть простым для использования в реставрационных мастерских.
So we have tried the interleaving method. That means we used paper samples that was immersed into alkaline buffer and antioxidant.
Они использовали метод прокладки специальными бумагами, которые были заранее погружены в растворы с антиоксидантами и буферами, то есть щелочную среду.
And we interleaved, so we put between these papers our model paper samples. And of course, the active substance should migrate from these interleaving papers into the model paper samples.
Они проложили вот образцы, которые они сделали этими бумажками изначально подготовленными под давлением, чтобы вещества, антиоксиданты и щелочные вещества могли перейти в оригинальный материал.
Of course, this didn't work if we didn't apply elevated relative humidity and pressure.
Этот метод не работал, если мы просто прокладываем, но не делаем это с повышенной влажностью и под прессом. То есть изначально и бумажки, и оригинал должны подвергнуться высокой влажности, а потом уже положить их под пресс.
And we also wanted to introduce in non-aqueous dispersions or solutions this.
В части этого исследования также было нахождение неводных дисперсий и растворов.
antioxidants and deacidification agents.
То есть, чтобы антиоксиданты и нейтрализующие вещества были не на водной основе.
Here are some results of the experiments. Well, we experimented with different inks with different iron to copper composition. And then we have measured the degradation rate constant of cellulose.
То есть они экспериментировали с различными чернилами, в которых содержатся железогаловые чернила и медь, и они измерили константу скорости разложения.
And we can see for all three inks the degradation rate constants of untreated samples, and the ones that are colored red are the papers that were exposed to interleaving method. So we can see that the degradation rate constant is quite different, so very high stabilization effect was proved for this method.
Вы можете видеть, что вот слева вот это то есть высокие эти столбки, это как раз необработанные материалы. У них высокие скорость разложения. Серенькие, они те бумажки, которые подверглись только нейтрализации. А вот те, что выделено красненьким, это те бумаги, которые были проложены, вот эти проложены специальными прокладками, то есть бумагами, которые имели антиоксиданты и буферные вещества. И видите, что скорость разложения намного уменьшилась.
And it was also we have measured if the ink components, meaning copper and iron ions, migrate from the ink lines during exposure to higher relative humidity.
Они измерили миграцию различных составляющих веществ в чернилах при высокой влажности.
And here on the right side, you can see the figure. So we have measured that with using a laser ablation ICP measurements, and we have proved that there is no significant migration of the copper or iron ions from the ink lines.
Мы доказали, что на самом деле нет значительной миграции веществ в чернилах в бумагу при 90% влажности.
Well, similar experiments were also performed on the verdigris or malachite containing paper samples, and again the degradation rate constant was much lower for interleaved paper samples in comparison to untreated paper samples.
Они провели те же самые эксперименты с бумагами, имеющими ярмедянку и малахит, и увлажнили их до 90%, и вы видите, что скорость разложения намного уменьшилась также в этом случае, когда они их проложили, оригиналы, бумагами с антиоксидантами, имеющими антиоксиданты и буферные вещества.
And then we have performed also quite a lot of experiments with verdigris containing samples, which were immersed in the dispersions which contained various non-aqueous dispersions of alkalis.
Они также провели эксперименты с пигментами, содержащими медь. Они их погрузили в различные неводные растворы и дисперсии различных щелочей.
Either nano-calcium carbonate deacidification dispersions, and then also the ones that can be bought, for example, Bookkeeper, Seal, nano-restore paper, deacidification dispersion, and also we have treated them with antioxidant tetrabutylammonium bromide.
То есть они использовали раствор наночастиц бикарбоната кальция в этаноле, также доступный Bookkeeper, Seal и nano-restore paper. Nano-restore paper — это наночастицы щелочи кальция в алкоголе. А также они применили антиоксиданты бромид тетрабутила аммония в этаноле и изопропаноле.
Well, actually, you can see this here on this figure, that if we treated the samples with antioxidant or antioxidant in combination with alkali, that the mechanical properties remain the same with untreated and unaged paper samples.
Вы можете, что те образцы, которые были обработаны щелочной средой, и те, которые были совсем не обработаны, у них тоже сохраняются те же механические свойства.
Well, the alkali did not have big impact on the paper samples, meaning that the main mechanism is not acid hydrolysis.
То есть те бумаги, которые были обработаны и буферами, и антиоксидантами, у них улучшилось механические свойства, которые можно с правой стороны, а те, которые были только обработаны щелочью, у них качество не улучшились. Потому что там продолжается реакция аутоокисления.
The main mechanism of degradation, of course.
Это главный механизм разложения.
Also, we have measured the degradation rate constants, and here differences were more visible.
Они также измерили константу скорости разложения при ярмедянке, и разница была еще более заметной.
And we can see the strong stabilization effect in case of application of antioxidant.
И в этом случае мы заметили значительное уменьшение скорости разложения, когда бумаги были обработаны антиоксидантами.
I forgot to mention that we have applied the antioxidant and the alkali in the ethanol or isopropanol dispersion.
Они добавляли антиоксиданты и буферные вещества в раствор алкоголя.
And that, for example, bookkeeper didn't have any effect on paper stabilization.
А bookkeeper не помог в стабилизации бумаги совершенно. То есть он не оказал никакого воздействия.
While the deacidification agent, which contained calcium hydroxide or calcium carbonate, did have small stabilization effect.
Но те дисперсии, которые содержали в себе щелочь кальция или же бикарбонат кальция, они имели незначительный положительный эффект.
But nothing compared to antioxidants.
Но не настолько хорошо, как обработка антиоксидантами.
If I can conclude this actually very short presentation of the results, we can say that effective stabilization of paper samples with iron goulding or verdigris or malachite pigment can be achieved using antioxidant tetrabutylammonium bromide applied as interleaving method at elevated
В качестве заключения можно сказать, что эффективность стабилизации образцов бумаги, имеющих железогаловые чернила или же ярмедянку и малахит, стабилизация была достигнута с помощью антиоксидантами бромид тетрабутила аммония и с помощью прокладки бумаг, которые были заранее увлажнены до 90% влажности.
Humidity. The proposed method is simple and could be used if immersion of the paper documents is not possible. And it is not metal specific, meaning
Этот метод прост, и его можно им можно пользоваться в тех случаях, когда погружение невозможно. И он не специфичен для металла, то есть он может помочь с любыми металлами.
That it works regardless of the composition of the iron gouling.
То есть этот метод действует вне зависимости, из чего состоит железогаловые чернила.
Well, while antioxidant can be introduced non-aqueously, either in ethanol or even more non-polar solution of dichloromethan, non-aqueous deacidification still represents a challenge in case of iron gouling treatments.
В принципе, антиоксиданты можно ввести, не используя воду, либо алкоголь, либо хлорометан. Однако проблема заключается в введении щелочных веществ, не используя воду. Это трудно.
Well, the non-aqueous approach using suspension of nanoparticles, deacidification agents, and tetrabutylammonium bromide was effective for verdigris or malachite containing paper samples.
Этот неводный подход заключается в использовании растворов наночастиц и бромида тетрабутиламония. Этот метод был достаточно эффективен для ярмидянки.
Have realized that actually acid hydrolysis is not the main route leading to degradation of cellulose, but it is oxidative degradation because verdigris exhibits mildly acidic pH.
И в случае ярмидянки нужно сказать, что не гидролиз под воздействием кислот способствует разложению бумаги, а именно окисление бумаги под воздействием ионов меди.
But of course, these studies were performed on the model paper samples, and in order to use them on real paper samples or on original valuable documents, we should perform much more studies on the possible side effect of the treatments on invaluable authentic samples.
Но надо указать на то, что все эти эксперименты были проведены на образцах, и для того, чтобы использовать этот метод далее, необходимо провести больше экспериментов, используя оригинальные документы.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое, Ясна Марьешич.
Thank you so much, Yasna. The interpretation was really good. For today, we're going to have the last report of Natalia Podgornaya, the chief specialist of the research lab with the Russian National Library, the impact of the way to adhere the cyclododecan on the stability of materials used for the information recording. So let's listen to this report of Natalia, then we will have a break for the master class, and then the rest of the reports will be for tomorrow. So we will have the next section. We cannot get too long. So the rest of the reports will take place tomorrow morning. Hello, dear colleagues. I will try to be brief in trying to explain to you the conclusions of our work. The cyclododecan is the saturated carbohydrate of cyclical structure, which molecule is comprised of 12 groups, and it's turned into a gaseous state under the ambient temperature. The restorers use it for the temporary stabilization of the water non-resistant of materials and the reversibility of this process using the sublimation. As a stabilizer, cyclododecan is used as a saturated solution as an alloy. You can find this information in the professional literature. It's being put on the surface by the brush. A lot of restorers, to receive the more homogeneous surface, prefer to continue the heating when adhering it you're using the heated brush. Then with the same goal, they use the heated pulverizer. They believe that the better penetration of cyclododecane into the sheet and to ensure more protection for the information, the protected surface has to be immersed into the solution. Then the structure becomes more dense and it's sublimated more slowly. To get the alloy more deeply, we have to heat the surface ahead of time. But so far, we believe that it was a questionable suggestion. With a lot of publications that we have about the research and about the use of cyclododecane, the recommendations of using it are absent. No information about how long the protection might continue and how negatively it could impact the material, as well as the information of on the advantages of certain types of application to other types of application. The Federal Center of the Conservation of Library Funds of the Russian Federation, the first stage says the impact of the cyclododecane on the optical characteristics. So some stamp paint and so the time of sublimation of film brought from the alloy and from the solution, the best materials would be two ways of application: from the solution with a moisturizing and with a solution without pre-moisturizing. It's going to be published at the end of the Miller's readings, and they will be published at the end of this year. Our goal was to study the protection properties of the films of cyclododecane applied from the solution with the moisturizing and from the alloy without the pre-moisturizing. Our job was using the newspaper made in Kondopogo and the equally durable paper made at the FRNB. The ways, the methods of research. The recording materials were the blue ink and the stamp paint, black color. The choice of materials was explained by the fact that those materials were often used to process the documents, the stamps and the inventory numbers in libraries, because we know the history of the document and its role in the history of the fund. Initially, we thought that the cyclododecane will be applied from the solution with pre-moisturizing and out of the alloy without the pre-moisturizing. Both the alloy and the solution was applied by the brush both lengthwise and widthwise. The pulverizer was used and the water immersion was also done by immersion. The application of the alloy by the cyclododecane does not produce any advantages on the surface of a rather thick layer of the polymer. You know, a lot of cracks were being developed. It was it could probably be explained by some properties of paper and the polymer, and the water was penetrating to the materials of information, and the stabilization was less efficient. The application of the solution, so we had to reject this method. Therefore, we decided to analyze the efficiency of stabilization of all of the materials through the alloy of cyclododecan in one layer on both sides. The protective property of cyclododecan was were assessed visually and by the reflection ratio after the processing and after the complete sublimation. And as to the general color differences figured out by the color ratios, while we were using the spectrophotometer with the source of light D2. The change of light according to the European standard with the delta E was already visible for the eye. So the bigger is the delta E, the bigger is the change of color. The visual assessment of the protective properties are shown on this slide, and generally speaking, the sample were divided into unsatisfactory, satisfactory, and good. When the aniline ink was being stabilized on the newspaper with just one layer on both sides, and then there were some spreading of ink. When the aniline ink was being stabilized on the equally durable paper, the results were the same. When it came to the stamp paint that we were using, the satisfactory outcome was received when it was stabilized by the newspaper with one layer of alloy on both sides. On the evenly durable paper, there were several breakages, and the material was spreading out. The instrumental assessment of the protection properties are shown at this chart. On this chart, the analysis of the data on the delta E change of colors, most of the time, cyclododecan didn't have any negative impact on the digital materials. The change of color does take place, but it is insignificant, and the delta E is not really visible for the eye. Therefore, the results that we receive give us a chance to say that the application of cyclododecan does not have any negative impact on the optical properties of the material of the document. The stabilization of using the solution of cyclododecan with the pre-moisturizing in most cases does not produce any advantages in comparison with the stabilization by the alloy of the polymer. And the protective, I would like to point out that based on the experience that we have on using the cyclododecan and the limited number of the results, we cannot extrapolate this data on other types of paper and on other types of paint and of dyers, but we do have some positive results. Thank you kindly for your attention. If you have any questions, we'll be glad to respond to them. Thank you. So at this point, thank you very much for this report. I would like to point out that the source of cyclododecan is no longer available. If you have it in the lab, please use it, but you cannot purchase it anymore. So we were purchasing it in some artistic stores and from companies from Art Technique. We haven't had any problems so far, and they have it in powder and in the form of aerosol. One more thing I would like to point out that there is an article by Salvador Muniz Vinis about the use of cyclododecon, and to stabilize the ink, not the pigments, but the ink on paper, he uses on top of cyclododecon the solution of the glue B772, the acrylic glue, on top of cyclododecon. Cyclododecon is not very durable, but that glue stabilizes the paint better, and then we could immerse it in water, and the cyclododecon evaporates from the inside, while the film simply falls off. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Let's postpone all of the questions for tomorrow. We have this next group of people. Thank you so much. Whoever wants goes to have lunch, and half an hour for the people for the
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, гости.
Hello, dear colleagues and guests. I would like to welcome you in the Library of Foreign Literature. We're very glad to see you all here. My name is Ksenia Podubnaya. I am the head of the cataloging sector for the documents. Our section is called the Formation and the Preservation of the Book Fund as an Object of Cultural Heritage. Myself and my colleagues from our huge center of cataloging and processing the documents will be happy to tell you about what our subdivision does in forming our fund. The creation and the establishing of the library fund is comprised of really important stages, such as purchasing new books, accounting of incoming documents or resources, as we now say, the technical and the bibliographical processing of them, then placing them into repositories, and then providing books to our readers. Funds in foreign languages does have its own complications and its own peculiarities, and it requires some competences, not just the knowledge of foreign languages, but also the knowledge of culture and literature and the history of each particular country, where the language is spoken. And before the report of Yelena Stalinkova on the scientific resources in the funds of the Library of Foreign Literature, I would like to point out once again that yesterday, as I was reading the report of our Ms. Tatiana Stroeva, the head of our center, I said that our library has always been combining the science and being generally accessible. And it was being supported, this principle, by Margarita Rugomino, and the combination of these two factors has allowed the library to occupy its own niche among the libraries of Russia and develop in spite of domestic and external problems. So we are going to listen to Yelena Stalinkova, the chief bibliographer, with a report with the scientific resources of our fund, the resources and the prospects, using the Library of Foreign Literature as an example. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you kindly for your attention. And scientific editions as the expression of the new knowledge have been accompanying humanity during the whole history of science. One of the constituents of this type of resources are the new editions being published by my funds and publishing houses, museums, and so on. The publications of this sources in Russia started in 1724 when the Russian Academy of Sciences was established. When the publishing activities started, we started to publish the comments of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. You know, they were publishing the works in Latin language, which was common throughout the European countries back in those days. Some of the comments published the work of Leonhard Euler, the famous mathematician. The coming of the new publications that applies to our Library of Foreign Literature started from the very moment when we came about due to the effort of Margarita Rugomino and then other generations of researchers. We have come up with a huge pool of literature in humanities. We have unique collections from universities, scientific centers in European and in Oriental languages. I would like to bring a few examples of the publications of our fund. For instance, we have the works of the American Philological Association's Transactions and Proceedings of the American Philological Association. The period covering by that series, you know, is the late 19th through the mid-20th century. That series contains books on literary studies and linguistics, a unique series dedicated to Johann Goethe. Jahrbuch. We have a series. We only have a few lacunes in that series. They started publishing in 1880, and currently we still keep getting publications from those series. The last edition that we have, the last publication, arrived in 2018. This presentation shows the old publication in 1889 and the relatively new one in 2017. For Northern Europe literary scholars, we have mostly Swedish language series from the Literary Studies Society of Finland, some information on history and literary studies. We also have very interesting series for both philologists and the historians that applies to the to the former colonies of the Kingdom of Belgium. Also have the editions coming from the Dijon Academy of Sciences in France. Jean-Jacques Rousseau had actually written his most famous philosophic book on the treatise on the reasons for the inequality of people. That edition is also present in our fund. A lot of multilingual series in Polish covering various humanities from the Jagiellonsky and Wrocław University and Nicholas Copernicus University. The Polish literature actually has a very important role to play in the history of Russia. The library of Zalunsky brothers brought from Warsaw at the end of the 18th century laid the foundation for the St. Petersburg National Library. We have lots of editions in Polish and in many other languages and in many sciences. You know, they are very well represented in our fund. When it comes to the history of culture, we are quite interested in the series dedicated to the literature and history of the Historical Museum in Prague. So we are talking about the Karlovy University, the main university in the Czech Republic. Some scientific research of scientists published in Czech, Russian, English, French, German, and some other European languages. What is also very interesting are the publications of the oldest Italian academy, Arci dei Convegni Lincei. Galileo Galilei was actually a member of that academy. That's where he was. He had made a lot of his discoveries. Our fund, along with some publications from very famous literary societies. Let's say we have the bulletin from the Madagascar University, Bulletin de l'Académie Malgache. Madagascar, well, covers the early 20th century, while Madagascar was still a French colony, all the way through today. It was an example of colonial university, and the publications of that university, very unique university, are also represented in our funds. the works of the Serbian and Macedonian academies of sciences, with whose scholarly scientific schools we've been cooperating for decades. We have the monument of the Serbian scholar Milorad Pavic. We have his monument right in our yard. We also have received the annual publications of the Sophia University named after Saint Clement of Ohrid. In Oriental languages, we have some publications from the Tokyo University, University of Waseda, University of Kansai, and so on. We have some research on Chinese studies, especially the heritage of Confucius in Chinese. The Oriental Fund is also replenished from Taiwan. Using the oversight, we also have to think about some fundamental series in the Russian language. Since our library had been founded, we have always had the publications of the Russian Academy of Sciences. After the foundation of the Institute of the New Languages in 1930, based on it's the Moscow Linguistic University, and it was initially based in our library. Their works have become one of the foundations of our Russian language fund. We also have to think to remember the national bibliographies from a number of countries that play a significant role in our fund. One of the examples is the national bibliography from the Netherlands. We have it on e-discs, but we also have some paper publications as well. This is the Netherlands bibliography. It is named after the famous gentleman Brinkman, famous bibliographer of the 19th century. To further characterize our fund, coming up with more examples, I would like to point out some integrated resources. Integrated resources, they are not completely made according to the rules. We take away the obsolete parts of the content, and we try to renovate the available data. Most of we have the so-called renewable editions, as well as the media publications with renewable content. As a good example of that, I would like to present quite a monumental resource coming from the National Bibliography of Germany, published in an integratable format for the narrow experts. We call this Lieferungs. This is an official term. The official term is the integrated resource. It covers almost 100 years, since 1961 until about 1992. These are some of the examples covering the the available paper resources. I would also like to briefly touch on the e-resources. Our library has an access to electronic databases such as Valley, Webster, the J100 database in English language on linguistics. I would like to talk more about the content of the ProQuest, that is the oldest database founded in 1938, as it is really significant for modern research. There is one point where I would like to talk about some resources for dissertations and theses. That resource has a lot of archives. The first dissertation dates back to 1743. All of these dissertations could be in humanities and social sciences and in natural sciences and technologies. As an example, I would like to talk about the dissertation by Martin Luther King, the famous Baptist it was his dissertation that he defended in 1954. This resource is geographically widely used in 100 countries of the world. We have over 200,000 items received each year on various sciences and humanities. One more thing I would like to point out as one of our newest achievements in the field of scientific publications. The current publications, the traditional publications, are the empirical researches as a scientific article. Lately, we have had some non-traditional publications, probably the publication of databases of video materials, the experimental research data. Such publications have certain advantages. First of all, they are the state-of-the-art research papers, allowing the scientific communities to get acquainted with the newest resources. The data papers are also indexed and quoted. The Elsevier publishing house currently has a special magazine, Open Access Data. In brief, these are the preliminary data on scientific research. And I would also like to point out that talking about the prospects of the modern realities of scholarly literature published by the universities and scientific societies, I would like to point out that these kinds of documents have always been very topical, both back in the past and today, when we could do the semantic search and use all of the available data, contributing to achieving the most advanced scientific goals. Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful report. Can't hear the question. Unfortunately, I cannot really respond to that question. I'm not responsible for replenishing. I'm responsible for cataloging. It goes through me since I'm an expert on cataloging. I receive the publication, I describe it according to the modern state standards. But the replenishment, well, you have to ask the expert on replenishment. So they will be talking a bit later. Maybe some other questions? No? Then I guess that's it. Thank you kindly for your attention. Replenishment of the library funds is one of the multi-level stages of forming our funds. As it has already been pointed out, the replenishment of our library is being in foreign languages is being done by the country's breakdown, and an expert on replenishing the funds should know a foreign language and should also have a lot of knowledge on each particular region. And when it comes to the Italian language, we have an expert, Svetlana Malinina. She will be reporting on the forming the cultural heritage, some peculiarities of replenishing our funds by the documents in Italian. Hello. I would like to talk with the fact that the Library of Foreign Literature is that it is the federal humanities language. It is a public library and a scholarly library. So the Center of Replenishment is responsible for the unique humanities fund. The fund has over 46,000 Italian books by social scientists, linguistics, literary studies, fiction, arts, philosophy, information, culture, religion, psychology, and geography. The Soviet times, our library was replenished quite well, so the readers can work with great funds, and the new replenishers find the books compatible with the high standards of replenishing. In our library, we always did it replenishment by countries. We are experts on history and culture and language of the country. One of the goals that we have is the preservation and the studies of the cultural heritage. In my work, an expert on replenishing has to assess the preservation of the fund, figure out the collections, and find out the gaps, the lacunes. And an expert of replenishment should figure out the reader's interest, so should look at the literature contributing to the dialogue. In Italy, we have a number of the funds of our library have a lot of books on the Italian dialects, lots of literary studies on Italian dialects and separate dialects by Ferenc Tosa, Manfred Contalazzo, Massimo Petao. One of the examples of those writers is the Milanese Goldoni in Venetian language, Giacomo Bendi, and some in the Roman dialect. The replenishers are very interested in artistic translation. So the translated literature is very interesting in our readers can read the books of the Italian Slavic language experts and scholars. We have to think about Dante. We have over 1,200 editions of Dante, of Commedia Divina in a number of languages, whole collections of translations of the Commedia Divina in Russian. We have an edition of Commedia Divina that's the Longfellow's translation. There are also bilingual editions, for instance, in Russian, in Italian, and in German language, bilingual edition. Let's get back to the replenishment of the fund. We have a mandatory copy of documents. We receive them from the book chamber. We should also receive it in a mandatory. We also keep purchasing the printed and the domestic materials. We subscribe to the materials as well as the remote media resources. We also receive gifts and donations. We purchase the documents according to the federal law 44 on the contractual system. In the field of procurement, books in Italian are purchased from abroad through suppliers. So the expert on replenishment comes up with a list, sends out the request, and replenishes the collection. Out of the total variety of editions, we always publish Strada, Compiello, Banquello, some laureates of literary awards. We pay attention to the literary critics We read some literary criticism editions. We look at the editions of most Italian universities. We keep receiving publications from our international partners. Our expert is guided by the following criteria. The content should be compatible with our typological plan, historical, polygraphic, scientific, and scholarly value of the document, and its topicality. We use various types of criteria: the authority of the author, the publishing house, the popularity of the information, the number of documents, the language, and the price. A few words about the Italian periodicals. We have only one Italian newspaper, Corriere della Sera, Flash Act, Journal Letteratura Italiana, Lingua Stile e Idea. So with Hybrid Fund has not just documents, the paper documents, but also the e-resources that in modern conditions play a very important role. Most of the time on our ProQuest Valley, and a lot of resources are just in English. In Italian, the repertoire is quite limited and it's not compatible with our profile of replenishment. The modern realities do have a certain imprint. We are not just a reservoir of knowledge. We provide quality publications, try to help to figure out which of the information available is trustworthy. So we cannot find all the information on the internet. This is not true. Let's remember the copyright issue. The Library of Foreign Literature does not just do the enlightenment function, but we also try to form and develop the cultural heritage for future generations. Thank you so much for this report. Are there any questions? Let's further talk about the external challenges of libraries as social institutions. Globalization does have an impact on social processes, on the people's mentality, language, and as means of communication between them. So let's talk about the Spanish language. She's an expert on the replenishment of the library, the replenishment of the library by the documents in Spanish, Spanish as a globalizing language. Could you please turn the presentation on? The situation in today's Spanish language book market can be explained by two trends. On the one hand, globalization. On the other hand, the new attempt of the Latin American countries to state themselves and their significance in what is going on socially and culturally in their countries. Globalization is the main trend of the international community. It's a social, cultural, economic, political, and linguistic transformation in the global basis. So in the stage of globalization and technological innovations, the languages they develop really fast. The globalization of the Spanish language is unavoidable, but it's going to be quite vital when it has to compete. The Spanish language is one of the most important European language, and it has a huge number of speakers. Its language expansion is huge. The Spanish speaking community covers a huge space. The Spanish language has over 400 million speakers. It's official language in 24 countries. Most of its speakers live in South America. All this data bring us a very important result. The linguistic policies of Spanish-speaking countries have changed a lot. You know, more active interlinguistic contacts, the information society, the internet, the social media. So the Spanish language literature coming to the international market has changed drastically. Most of the Spanish language fund of the Library of Foreign Literature was being formed during the 50s and 80s in the 20th century, because it was back then when we were purchasing the fiction and the scientific literature from Spain and the countries of South and Latin America. We have the collection of Spanish classics of over 120 volumes published during the 1920s, 1950s. The collection of libraries of Spanish authors dating back to the mid-19th century, and some collected works like 14 volumes Benito Pérez Galdós and Miguel Cervantes collected works published in 1920s. Back in during the same years, we received a gift from the Spanish people, the gift of the Spanish people, collections of in Spanish and Catalan language, over 1,500 books, 114 volumes of Spanish classics, 69 volumes collection of Spanish authors, bibliotek. 11-volume collection on art and architecture of Spain, 7-volume collected works of the Spanish literary critic José Amador de García, Revista de Filología Española. Nevertheless, back in 1990s and in the year 2000s, our fund was not being replenished really well. We have a lot of gaps, including even in fiction. Since about 2018 until today, we have undertaken some attempts to fill in the gaps and replenish our library with Spanish language books. On the 1st of July 2021 was 76,616 items. During the 20th century, the Latin American countries became independent when their governments started defending their own versions of the Spanish language. Then the Academy of the Spanish Language decided to unify the language and, on the other hand, try to protect the regional identifying features. They started publishing the works of Latin American authors of the 20th century. We actually have this trend reflected in our fund, collecting the most famous classical works of the authors from the Caribbean and Latin America, some works of the Argentine writers and literary critics, Rodolfo Antonio de Benedetto, Juan José Seyre, and a journalist from Paraguay, Juan Bautista Rivarola Matto. At this point, a lot of scholarly works were dedicated to the events of the 20th century, some political mysteries of military dictatorships. So some unpublished chronicles of the 20th century have been published, as well as the correspondence between the scholars of Latin America. The Mite Straussfeld, an expert on Latin American literature, analyzes the stereotypes and prejudices concerning the Latin America prevalent throughout the world. Such works show up quite often, and it's not just that today that people started realizing the original nature of Latin American culture, but the works have on that started getting published and republished. During the 21st century, this trend of the uniqueness of various Latin American actors. We're not talking about just these various Spanish languages, but also the Catalan and the Galician. The interlinguistic policies of Spain have drawn a lot of interest, especially to the work dedicated to the Catalan opposition movement. The Spanish book market also published the Catalan writer Maria de la Pau Janer, and but the fund of the Library of Foreign Literature during the 20th century was replenished by a lot of Catalan literature, as the gift of the Spanish people in 1927 included a lot of classical works of Catalan literature, 14 volumes of Jacinta Vendeguera, some Catalan classics, as well as some scientific literature on Catalonia. During the 20th century, the protectionist policies of the academy did have a bad impact on the professional activities. Lots of newspapers and magazines had now two versions: the Pyrenean magazine and the Argentino-Guatemalan Spanish. During the 21st century, the interest for the various Spanishes has become so acute that we have now published several etymological dictionaries of the Spanish slang near Rio de la Plata, also the text of tango. Lots of linguistic phenomena reflect the trend for globalization. Quite regularly, we have research about the newly scientific phenomenon named Spanglish. It's like a fusion of Spanish and English. There is some publishing activity of Spanish books in the United States. In some states, Spanish is more prevalent than English. Lots of publishing houses publishing Spanish language literature or publishing books in Spanish. We're talking about Create Space independent publishing platforms, Kissinger Publishing, Wentworth Press, Forgotten Bookstock Sarah, and Heartbreath Publishing. So lots of Spanish language literature could now be ordered from American publishing houses. The Latin American publishing market now features a lot of local publications by exclusively local writers. For instance, in Bolivia, there is a publishing house, 3600. In Peru, it's LOM. In Argentina, it's Lochada Minúscula. And in Panama, El Hombre de la Mancha. So as we are replenishing the Spanish language literature nowadays, we have to think not just of the famous publishing houses in Spain, but also the newer publishing houses of South America. The globalization and the interest in the continent does have a reflection on the peculiarities of the literature that we are ordering, famine, poor medicine, poverty, and high mortality of population, environmental disasters, rapes, and sexism. The last two themes are really important because of the feminist activities in the Western countries. It's only logical that the fiction describes the misfortunes of women in Latin America and the violence of males over females. The literary trends have changed due to the negative attitude to the times when those problems were being silenced. Thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful report. Are there any questions? Тексты танго are the texts used by the tango songs. Tango songs? No. It's a popular prejudice that showed up after tango had appeared from France. But tango had come about in Argentina. And tango had been started as texts, not just music or dancing. Thank you. So the replenishment of our library is being done according by the country principle. So the bibliographic process is also being done by countries, by languages. And that's related to the replenishment of funds, and that principle predetermines the skills and knowledge of our staff people who have to know the book status, the publication status, the languages. Cataloger should be striving to have more cognitive skills, and we will. I'm going to be the next speaker for now, talking about the foreign cataloging as the reflection of the national of the linguistic peculiarities of European languages. Today I would like to discuss how cultural peculiarities could have an impact on the publishing culture, and that has an impact on our work as well when we do the bibliographic descriptions. Our community faces challenges such as new technologies, or redefining the new standards, or getting adapted to new realities of everyday life. We have to respond to that. We have to be more responsible, allowing the knowledge we have to further evolve. The foreign cataloging is one of those challenges when the final result does not just depend on the rules of bibliographic description, but also understanding the cultural differences and linguistic peculiarities. Before the internet, we had to look for information in encyclopedias and in dictionaries. Still, we had a lot of mistakes that would still predetermine the cards in the general catalog for decades, and then they were being corrected when discovered. So what's the peculiar feature of foreign cataloging? Every country has its own cultural traditions and publishing houses traditions. When it comes to the German books of the early 20th century, quite often they only use the initials of the authors. And since we also describe the foreign authors, we have to identify the authors in order to have the file, including one preferable and some non-preferable forms of name, depending on how they were being used. Sometimes determining the author was not difficult, like General Field Marshal von Hindenburg, the famous historical figure. We have to think to remember that according to the cataloging, to the Russian cataloging rules, we have to put the word von at the end before the last name. To do the file for him, we might figure out that he has a very compound name. That's the full variant of his name. So we have to come up. So why not put Benkendorf und von Hindenburg? We are looking at the national bibliography and how the author is mostly known in his own country. We have to check with the German library funds, the national and state libraries, and then we leave the Paul von Hindenburg as the preferable form, and then we would add the full name as a non-preferable name, as just an additional access point. In other languages, you know, once we receive the resources in those languages, we make up those resources according to the chief. Just here they don't have last names, and now the Icelandic committee has prohibited the last names. There are still some last names inherited from parents, as before 1925 the local legislation had still allowed having the last names. Even with the last names, with the last name, its owner is only addressed by the name. For Icelanders, they only use a compound or a short name, and the patronymic, it's like our patronymic in Russian. The suffix son means son, Ari Yosefson, daughter, and the daughter, it's like Ovna in Russian, so the inversion is not possible. In spite of their traditions, the Icelandic people do have some metronyms, Ari Josephson or Hildur Knutsdottir. The patronym and the metronym at the same time is the Jomtofsson, Bergporsson, Egertsson, Dagor Bergporsson and Egertsson, and the new Bur. All of the deviations from patronymic are accepted by a person if he or she wishes to do that. There are lots of people unhappy with that committee because people believe that the committee restricts their freedom, and some people demand that the committee be disbanded. We have to follow the news in that regard. When Icelandic writers are translated into other languages, we have to look at the authority files really attentively, because without knowing the specifics, we can make a mistake really easy. When it comes to the Icelandic language, grammar is the biggest issue. Sometimes, you know, the author is put in not in the nominative case. So we have to compare the two sources, the titular page, because the name could be different there. We have to figure out the nominative case. Most of the time it is on the cover, but it's better to check with the National Library of Iceland. The Icelanders are not the only people. In Hungary, they start with the last name and then the first name. Both could be compound. We have to ask the National Library, Czechenia Library. Outside of Hungary, the authors could be placed in a regular way. Just like with Icelanders, we have to look attentively at the authority file, at the main file, and make sure that the name of the author is bibliographically placed correctly. When it comes to the English language authors, while comparing them to the Library of Congress, in case of Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis, we could start with Onassis and then Jacqueline Kennedy. The last name is the last name, so which has an impact on other languages, including Russian, which is now being unified according to the preferable form accepted by the National Bibliography. One more point concerns the Scandinavian publishing houses that are always place their names in genitive case, Bonniers, Dats, and so on. They use the genitive case. Those publishing houses are named after their founders. We have to pay a lot of attention to creating the main file and combine all of the available information in available sources. Talking about the foreign cataloging, we should point out the wealth of cultural variety and diversity. We have to look at it as preservers of culture. We have to be attentive to what we have to deal with every day. We can't know everything, but we need a little curiosity and the rules of cataloging to discover that brave new world. Any ideas, questions? Let's move on to the next report. Let's move over to Oriental languages that plays a very important role in replenishment. Since we have received the first books in Chinese in '56, we developed the tradition to do the replenishment of the books in Oriental languages by the same expert. That trend has still been retained. So the chief bibliographer of the sector of bibliographic processing and the expert on Japanese literature on the report on bibliographic work using the example of the replenishment of the Japanese literature. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, dear listeners. I'm happy to welcome all of you at today's event, and I would like to start with some lyrics. My report today is kind of an analysis of what our experts do in the field of Oriental languages. And I would like to start talking about the Orient. For over most of the history, the Orient was juxtaposed to the West. This juxtaposition actually started getting discussed during the first contacts in trade or because of the military conflicts. Until the late 19th century, the Orient was considered as savage as opposed to the enlightened West. The modern person would still associate Orientalism with authoritarianism, collectivism, philosophy, and so on. But the Orient is not monolithic. It's a whole world of absolutely unique cultures of the near, middle, and far west. Geographically, the notion of Orient is different from the linguistic notion. North Africa is not Orient geographically, but because of the fact that it is Arabic speaking, most of the time it is described as part of the Orient, but the Oceania, even though it is located in the Eastern Hemisphere, it has never been classified as the Orient. Let's look a little bit at our history related to the Orient in the Library of Foreign Literature. If you look at the slides, we have had a very long history with the Orient, not from the very beginning, but the Library of Foreign Literature has been involved with Oriental languages since 1949. Our library got the first books in Chinese. After that, after a certain period of time, almost 10 years, we developed the Department of Literature for foreign Oriental countries. It didn't exist for too long, but it was quite fruitful. It was then disbanded in 1984. In spite of that, we still had replenished the books in Oriental, had been replenishing the books in Oriental languages. In 1994, that department was restored, and once again, it was finally disbanded in 2013. Ever since, we have not had the Oriental department. As you can see from that quote, so Margarita Rudomino really appreciated our Oriental department, and in her memoir, she was really sorry about its disbandment. About its disbanding. I would like to point out why would we have to replenish the Oriental department? How many people in Russia do know one of the Oriental languages? Not too many. But on the other hand, in Moscow alone, about 10 colleges actually graduate people speaking Oriental languages, especially Chinese and Japanese. And there are more and more people interested in the Oriental languages. Therefore, technically speaking, in Russia, there are more and more experts every year who speak one of the Oriental languages. Moreover, we said that back in the past, the Orient was considered the world of ignorance and savagery. Let's look at the facts. Three main world religions have come from the Orient. Our numbers come from the Orient, from India. The first published book was in the Orient. The Diamond Sutra was also published in the Orient. The Genji Monogatari was also published in the Orient. The Orient is quite a rich heritage, and we have to transfer it into the future. And the most developing countries in the of the Orient, they provide us a huge volume of research on various fields of knowledge, including natural science, technology, and humanities. We also have to keep in mind that Russia is unique geographically and culturally. We are neighbors for Europe and for Asia. Well, we have lots of Oriental ethnicities living in Russia, and Russia has always had rich connections to Oriental countries and a very stormy history of relationships with them. Therefore, I believe that all these facts predetermine the role of our library in preserving and multiplication of our Oriental heritage in the walls of our library. Let's look at what's going on with the Oriental languages nowadays. On the first day, my colleague Ksenia was talking about the fact that our library presents languages in 144 languages. I was doing the calculation as to how many of those languages are Oriental. 55 Oriental languages. As I have already pointed out, we're not even talking about the languages to the south of the Maghreb countries. So what are the largest language clusters? Arabic language, 9,555 units. Mongol language, 12,128 units. Languages of India, over 12,000 units. Languages of India are considered altogether Hindi, Urdu, Tamil, Marathi, Gujarati, and so on. Unfortunately, they're looked upon as the general mass. It's hard to do the breakdown by languages. Yeah, the next one is Chinese, over 16,000 units. And then the largest one is Japanese, almost 26,000 units. That's units in Japanese language. It's amazing that most of the time it should be Chinese, but in our library, for some reason, the situation is different. It's Japanese. Japanese is predominant. It's not too much. If we compare it to the university library of Leuven has over 20,000 units. They're the university library, we're the federal library. We have room to grow and develop to boost that indicator. We in the Library of Foreign Literature, every day we work with the Oriental Fund, covering a number of spheres. First, we have to work with the same language. The same person handles the same language. It's most of the time the language is his or her specialty. That person is doing the replenishment, the cataloging, and other types of activities, consulting her colleagues and so on. That expert covers the book all the way from when it comes to the library to the time when it is put on the library shelf. They work in the field. As I have already pointed out, most of the time, our group has a language expert, because we cannot have a librarian. It's easier to train a linguistic expert to be a librarian than the other way around, than making a librarian a language expert. Let's talk about the main goals of replenishment. First of all, the regional peculiarity could place certain restrictions on the replenishment of our fund. The Arab book market is not readily accessible for us because of the heterogeneous nature of the Arabic region. There are so many military conflicts in the Arabic-speaking region. Along with that, the open market of Japanese and South Korea challenges us with expensiveness, of books, and that's why the replenishment pace leaves a lot to be desired, and we have a lot of gaps. So the library has to look for alternative sources. So the decision is looking for suppliers specialized in one region who could keep bringing books there, and cooperation with organizations that could contribute to purchasing books on commercial and non-commercial basis. The most important work is done when doing the cataloging. The experts with Oriental languages, such as the languages of India and Southeast Asia, the experts on Arabic, Chinese, or Japanese are not very rare. But when it comes to rarer languages, they don't really work in libraries on the permanent basis. And therefore, each staff person, while the colleagues on the same language are missing, there are so many challenges that the acting expert has to overcome. First of all, we have to do the retro conversion. For a while, we didn't have any staff person who would know the Japanese. The Japanese fund is only fragmentary in the electronic catalog. Out of 26,000 units that we have in the Japanese language, the electronic catalog only has about 7,000 accessible. Between the full figure and how many books people can look at electronically, there is an abyss of difference. Nevertheless, we came up with that figure we achieved that figure of 7,000 for 3 years, since we only have one expert, and that person does other work as well. And for the first year, she's being taught cataloging and the pace of work is not as fast as the experienced person's pace would be. Another obstacle here is the fact that the standards of bibliography quite often do not take into account the language specifics and the printing culture in the Japanese language. For instance, the transcription system is not fixed when it comes to hieroglyphics. The only edition was published in 1982. The prescriptions of 1982, they are quite obsolete by now, and they're not really looking at a number of issues that the catalogers of Oriental languages have to deal with every day. You could think that why would we think so much about the transcription? Let's write down the way it is written on the book. We do that, the cataloging for the readers, just like restorers do. They restore stuff for some goals. So when we do the cataloging, we have to understand. So a reader would come. How should we make sure that our reader find what he wants as fast as possible? Is the reader going to show up with his own gadget, or will he be looking up for our terminals? Our computers, for instance, do not really have the Japanese keyboard. How is he going to do that in Cyrillic, in Roman alphabet? And which transcription is he going to use? If he does it in Cyrillic, then the description where it was in characters only, so in the Japanese characters, so the hieroglyphs are not going to show up at all. We have to come up with the efficient system so that any request of a user, the user would be able to find all of the related books. For instance, Matsuo Basho, the famous poet, who had a number of pseudonyms, and we do realize that he could be Basho in one book, and then in the other book he could be something else. If we're not even talking about Matsuo Basho, if we're talking some a Japanese poet who might have had different names on the different stages of his life, so he could have been writing his poems using his monk's name. Regardless of, we have to do the cataloging regardless of all the names, regardless of the Matsuo Basho's name. A reader should be able to find all the books by Matsuo Basho. We have to take into account a number of other issues: how to put the place lacunes, what to do with the old characters that are now simplified. Can people use the obsolete characters? So we have to use the modern hieroglyphics and take into account various other nuances to ensure that our reader could get the access to the literature requested. Therefore, this process of retroconversion sets a goal to optimize the cataloging of Oriental books in view of their linguistic and cultural peculiarities. Talking about their main complications for the experts dealing with Oriental documents, I would say that the bibliographic processing of the fund, it's not mechanical, it's a scholarly and analytical process. The catalogers have to keep synthesizing and analyzing the information and do various other cognitive operations. Let's imagine that today we have made some decisions as to what we should be doing in particular cases when describing Oriental books, but we cannot stop there. We have to explain that in a set of recommendations. Why would we need that? If another Japanese scholar shows up here, we need to make sure that he doesn't do things his own way. Things need to be regulated. The decisions we have taken need to be regulated so that every violin didn't play its own way. So at this point, these methodical recommendations deal with Japanese, Korean, and Arabic. We certainly hope that the number of languages will be expanding, and we'll come up with some methodical recommendations as to how books for Oriental languages should be described. Working with Oriental literature, working with the Fund of Oriental Literature, we have to also think about we have to assess its value for our readers. And at this point, we are striving to come up with some interesting collections of works in Oriental languages. For instance, at this point, I'm trying to find some editions published during the Meiji period. It's like the album published in 1908. Meiji covers 1868 through 1912. We have several editions published during that period. Or some Japanese scholars were really interested in the archival documents in Japan, published since 1920s. 300, 400 volume selection of historical documents and archives published by the Tokyo State University. This selection is really important in its significance for experts on the history of Japan living in Russia. It's really important for them to get an access to these documents. Or one other small collection that I would like to have are the publications in the occupied Manchuria in a state named famous as Manchukuo. This is a puppet state that existed for only a few years, but we have several publications published by this non-existing nation, Manchukuo. And finally, I would like to face our main challenges, our main opponents that I believe are very painful for our experts working with Oriental languages, the loss of professional succession. I must tell you that when I showed up here, there was only one person with an Oriental language, our Chinese scholar, Ms. Bolatova, who was trying to provide some knowledge to me. But when it comes, the Japanese cataloging was non-existent. I had to learn everything myself, and the same issue is faced by other languages. The catalogers with Oriental languages, they have to learn by themselves. Slow pace of replenishment, as I've pointed out. The absence of suppliers who would work with regions. The non-procurement of literature creates new gaps, and it's getting more and more difficult to catch up. And the invisibility of collection. What is meant here? We're talking about the fact that the collection of Oriental literature is not well known to experts with working with Oriental languages. I was talking to a number of Japanese scholars. Not too many of them are aware of the fact that they could read some research papers in Japanese on the subjects that they're interested in. They're not aware of the fact that they hold Japanese translations of Russian classics into Japanese, and some editions of of Japanese authors. So we need to popularize our collection. That's one of the goals that we have. Go chui arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you very kindly for your attention. I will be happy to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Конечно, есть.
Yeah.
Ну, надо сказать, да, как я и
I
говорила.
must tell you, currently we don't have the Oriental department per se. One of my goals is to make sure that it is restored, at least rudimentary, on the rudimentary level. And we'll try to draw some attention to it to prove that this is necessary for reasons that I was talking about earlier. Yeah, it's kind of scary, but let's hope things will work out and we'll be able to popularize our Oriental studies and turn into a hub for experts on Oriental languages in Moscow and throughout Russia. Let's hope. I hope I answered your question.
Ну, на
Let
самом
me tell
деле...
you, actually, this is a complicated issue. Who are we doing the replenishment for? Are we trying to include the speakers living in Moscow? There are some Japanese speakers, lots of Chinese speakers, and we must look at that audience or potential audience as one of the vectors of our development. We have to look at. We have to expand our audience. We have to cover as many speakers, as many groups as possible, and try to draw them here and replenish. Thinking about speakers of the languages to read some research or simply reading their language, you know, trying to get in touch with the language in a faraway country. For the Japanese, Russia is far away, dark, and cold. We have to think about that group, and we will be thinking about that. I hope I did answer your question.
Современных библиографий подобные очень активно создавались в советское время.
Some bibliographies were being established back in Soviet times. I'm not really sure about those bibliographies nowadays. Back in the past, you know, the ISA college was publishing such bibliographies. As for now, I'm not really sure, even though lots of more Japanese literature is being translated nowadays. The book market of Japan is now closer to us than it used to be. Are you talking about the bibliography or the translations themselves? Yeah, I'm not really sure about those bibliographies. Yeah. Thank you kindly for your question. I will try to answer if there are any modern bibliographies or if anyone is trying to compile them.
Ну да.
Yeah.
Хорошо, коллеги, спасибо большое.
Dear colleagues, thank you so much. If there are more questions in the future, I will be happy to answer them after the section, as we have one more report, the final report for the day. Thank you. Thank you, Katya, for this wonderful report. And now it's the project named Kitchen, which is a real breakthrough. I would like to introduce Anna Sergeyevna Yerhova, the chief librarian of the sector of cataloging and systematization of documents, and also a blogger and the inspirer. So thank you so much, Anna. It's so nice to be introduced like that. We will need the video. About 600 years ago, Johann Gutenberg created the matrix for letters, came up with a printer, and the people started receiving the new knowledge using the paper, books and magazines and so on. The whole culture and the world outlook of dozens of generations was based on that. The 20th century brought about a lot of change. In 1962, the research of McLuhan dedicated to Johann Gutenberg was published. He believed that the future has now come, and that forecast has come through. The internet can provide the condition when the people do not need to have the entertainment. They can buy anything there, can have a job on the internet. In the year 2021, the internet is being used by 84% of the Russians, 124 million internet users. In 1921, the number has increased by 6 million people. A statistical user uses 7 hours and 52 minutes. It's higher than the global average. YouTube is the most popular social media. 85% users until the age of 64 use it. The abundance of information and its accessibility resolve the issue of the search. But we now have a different issue: how to make sure that the information is trustworthy. Only people with some education were able to publish something. Right now, any internet user could be a publisher. So people keep receiving huge chaotic international flows. It's hard to orient themselves, and the teenagers do not really know how to separate the grains from chaff. We have to wake up the public conscience, to give the access to the most valuable intellectual resources, to create to do the creative atmosphere in society. In 2021, our experts started the so-called Kitchen, our enlightenment project, trying to support the interest in reading, boosting the intelligence of population inside the country and abroad. It's a video blog based on the YouTube hosting to our famous experts. It's a story about 20 minutes long with a lot of multimedia data. It's a story of a host about one of the books of the library. Historical significance, unusual structure, alligator books, the history of the book or its appearance in the library, some ex libris, some stamps, some books in Oriental languages, or the history of the book in view of the famous people's role in it. It's the bedroom of the library, some funny stories of which the rank and file people are not really aware of. Some traditional scientific format and unusual format, the entertaining venue for bringing the material to. We're trying to do the hybrid image of the library. In addition, with the help of the social media, we can do the statistical data, do the feedback, increase the number of visitors, of users of the library to boost its information environment. Now we have challenges. More and more people believe that the digital transition will result in the loss of libraries. In spite of the digital services, people still continue reading books on paper. There you have certain advantages. Paper reading, you know, is better for vision. The absence of notifications is really good. Books from the library is free and it's environmentally friendly, and it's an opportunity to touch certain masterpieces that are not very well known. First of all, we have a huge collection of books in the original languages. We have two measurements, audio and visual. We are trying to direct the potential reader speaking his or her language and keeping the same bar. There is a question? Not a question, the video. Hello, I'm Eleanor Shvets and the chef of Biblio Kitchen. We'll be talking special meals. This Library of Foreign Literature will be celebrating its 100th anniversary. Our funds have become ripened just like wine, so the mysteries are waiting. I will show you what the books look like, small and big books, with pictures, without them, the ancient and the young ones, for adults and for children. They were written in different languages in different times. Their geography covers the whole world. How they made up here, it's like a detective story. Our characters are travelers and translators, graphomans and mystifiers, insane people and con artists. We will reread the book. It's a Roman. The book has a fate due to the reader. All of the book fates are collected here. Bon appetit with the books. So it won't be so slow on YouTube. I hope no questions. Thank you kindly for your attention. And on that note, our session is over. Thank you kindly for your attention. For everyone who was listening to us, we're going to have a coffee break right now until 4:15, and then we'll have the next section by the section on rare books and collections. We'll be happy to see you again in our library.
Recording
Bye-bye.
stopped. Да, значит, меня зовут Николай Николаевич
My
Зубков.
name is Nikolai Zubkov.
Я, как Сократ, знаю только то, что
As Socrates, the only thing I know is that I don't know anything. I don't have any idea as to how many speakers have shown up. I don't know who has the presentation or who hasn't. Please let us know about yourselves once you start. And I'm not really sure to what extent we are regulated. So not everybody has shown up. No one looking like Denis Volkov is here, which is a real minus. But we will start to stick to the time frame that we have, and hopefully no more than one question. One thing I know is that at 6 p.m. we are going to be done with the translation. So by that time, hopefully, we will be over. The first speaker will be Yelena Serditova, chief of the rare book of the Regional Center on working with the book Monuments of the Republic of Komi from the National Library in Syktyvkar. The research, the study on the book culture of the region. Hello one more time, dear colleagues, dear distinguished colleagues. I feel overwhelmed with information, and I really appreciate everyone who spoke yesterday and today, and organizers of this scientific and professional forum. And I would like to say that my presentation will sound like entertainment compared to what we have heard and seen so far. It's already evening, but the subject matter of my presentation is quite serious because it is the research of the book culture in regions. Is something that allows us to discover the book treasures, preserve them, form collections, and sometimes the some research-based study allows us to find resources for expensive restoration or take some steps to preserve our funds. I represent the National Library of the Republic of Komi. We are responsible for research projects aimed at studying all of the aspects of book culture. One of the most important sources for such information is not just the books, but the fund keepers of our republic, including the fund of rare books, manuscripts, and book monuments. I think that fund, that's the book portrait of the territory where it is formed. Every research project makes this portrait more voluminous and more complete. It's the history of the book culture in our region, the history of the libraries, including our National Library, the reconstruction of the history of book publishing in the Komi, the discovery of rare books and books with some signs of being book monuments. When it comes to the history of public libraries in our region, I would say that the libraries in our country is 185 years. Our library has existed since 1837, when our Usol Public Library had been founded, which was the first library in our region. It was a really important event, and the whole history started from there. For us, this is really important when it comes to our research work. For decades, we've been collecting facts and memoirs and publications, and all these materials are not just the fun, but it's a source of new projects, not just the research projects, but all kinds of projects. And during the time that it has existed in our region, we have a number of scholars, a number of names that we use in our research. We're talking about Larissa Rashevskaya, Mikhail Rogachev, a historian, but we also have to remember the name of Pavel Doronin, who was one of the first people who started collecting documents on the pre-revolutionary history of libraries in Ust-Usolsk. He started doing that in 1962. He published that article. He started creating this scientific research content. In our fund, we have the typewritten and handwritten document by Pavel Doronin himself, which is a source of information for modern researchers. According to the reports, we started systematizing the history of our libraries during the late 60s. The formation of public libraries of our books. We started with the local lore literature, then the main fund department, our local lore experts started developing this issue. Maria Yeltsova, who published a number of her research papers in the media, lots of publications on the history of libraries in Komi. She had been working in our library for a number of years. One of the most important results of her work in 1997, she published the history of libraries in the Komi area. We started doing the research and publishing projects of our libraries. One of the most important series here dedicated to the monuments of book culture of the Republic of Komi, dedicated to the 19th and the early 20th century. It was a systematic research of libraries in the region and pertaining to that period. This series was only published the first time. It is dedicated to the first public library in Komi, the Usol Public Library. This first series accumulated the information on all of the known documentary sources on the history of the first public library. Olga Kurnysheva, the candidate of sciences, has been developing the subject. She is the author of the first series since '94. She has published over 20 works on formation of the public library and the sources of replenishing its fund, the manuscripts and the periodicals. The second series of the is about to be published, of this guide rather, where we will be talking about the library founded by our district Zemskoye offices, local executive offices. This fund became the basis for the new public library that was reorganized because of the well-known events. And then our library became a national library. Its fund was the foundation for all of the books in our library today. The book repositories hold a lot of books of those that original library, which allows us to do the multilateral study of the history of that library and the formation of our fund within 60 years. I am responsible for this job. You know, I know the subject quite well. The reconstruction of our book information is really important to figure out what people, what in each state used to read in certain historical periods. We have to recreate the bibliographical model of the fund while it has been existing, and the analysis of books that had become its part. The themes in case of public libraries, we're talking mostly about archival documents, but when it comes to the district library, we still have printed catalogs that allowed us to reconstruct the history. We have the traditional method of selection and cataloging, the regular shelf inspection of each book, trying to figure out if there are any owners there. That part found its reflection in the book, The History of the National Library of the Republic of Komi, in book inscriptions. We tried to do the book reconstruction using the bookmarks, book markings. So one edition showed the history of our library since the very beginning, through the history of its book stamps. That work brought about the history of the special fund in the Republic of Komi, allowed us to recreate as the so-called special funds that used to exist back in Soviet times, with the books being placed into the general fund, and right now using some not very widely available documents based on several articles in the media or several exhibitions during the early 90s. We're trying to form a special collection of that special fund, and the main source here was the book stamp. Starting from the creation of the regional center on working with the book monuments, we started doing more on finding the books being the book monuments. Some of our experts organized the technology on working with the book monuments, which allowed that us to systematize our knowledge and figure out the new venues of work. We developed more information on working with the manuscripts of the old believers' books. Back in the past, we hadn't had the attribution techniques of these books. Due to our historical tradition, they are quite widely spread in our republic. We did some book studies. We identified some copies from the National Gallery of the Republic of Komi and the Usteli Museum. The accumulated experience and the local lore collection in our library pushed forward the idea to create the permanent library history exhibit. In 2013, one of it was dedicated to the history of the book culture in the Republic of Komi. And then we said that museum created it at the end of 2014. The whole book history of that time for 600 years, all the way from Saint Stephen of Perm to our times, using the books from all stages of history, all the way from the books on the writing system of the Komi language, the book history of the Republic of Komi, and so on. Results of some chronology of the Republic of Komi and research on the Komi language. And you can also attend our museum remotely. We had to do some research to visualize the history of the Komi periodicals. We had to think about the succession of Republican newspapers. On the basis of our permanent exhibit, we have to keep having exhibits, temporary exhibit. A tradition of gifts has existed in our region since 1837. Each of the pre-revolutionary funds united in 1917 by the same library contained some book gifts from famous people. This tradition has been developed, and today its evolution from the very start to modern times was reflected in the anniversary exhibit, where each collection is a separate research or sometimes even investigation. Sometimes they sound like detectives. So it's one story in the general. The historical house with the columns, 60-year anniversary of our library, and the history of cultural construction during the 90s and 40s. We were showing unique documents dedicated to building the building of the library. Some documents from the National Archives of the Republic of Komi, as well as the archives of the National Library. Sometimes, quite unexpectedly, as we were looking at those documents, we now have the information covering the history of gifts, covering the history of special find, and we realized that everything has been interconnected, that the history of libraries is part of the overall history of libraries. The book publishing is also an important subject. Since 1958, we are the book chamber. We are the center for archives and the print statistics. We keep publishing indicators of everything that has been published in Komi. During the 1920s, 1900s, the publishing business in the Republic of Komi has had quite an impact on the cultural development of our region. In 1906, Ust-Usolsk saw the opening of the first printing house, and then we had a publishing house that became the first publishing house, publishing books and printed materials in the Komi language. Since, well, you have no time anymore. There is something I would like to point out. This year, the year 2021, is the year of the new stage of our cooperation with the Library of Foreign Literature. Well, we have started the project on the holy sites of undivided Christianity, coming up with those routes. And we believe that the carrying out of this project on and the research on the book culture of our region. We'll be working a lot with our districts, and we might be able to find some more rare books, some book monuments. Thank you very much for going over a little bit. If there are any questions, thank you so much. Maybe there are some questions. Just one. Yeah, we'll talk later. The next speaker is Natalia Zemkova, Chief of the Department of Rare Books of the National Pushkin Library in the Republic of Mordovia. Sorry, can you hear me?
Здравствуйте, Николай Николаевич. Вы говорили, что не
Hello,
видите...
Nikolai. You didn't see Denise Volkov, you said. So this is me. So I'm supposed to be speaking online. You're going to be the last one, though. So then then we have to watch the time. So Ms. Zemkova, the repository of rare books of the Republic of Mordovia. Let's do the research and preserve. Dear colleagues, I represent the Department of Rare Books of the National Library, Pushkin Library of the Republic of Mordovia. I'm going to be talking about our book treasures, about what we do to ensure their preservation for future generations. Each library has its own history, its own biography. Our Pushkin Library has existed for 120 years. That library was opened in 1899 based on the decision of the City Duma. And it was to commemorate the 100th anniversary of Alexander Pushkin. We have various books, electronic editions, audio and video documents, and so on. Due to its unique nature, this is a special historical landmark of the Republic of Mordovia. The rare and old books who work not to preserve the historic memory. We have a lot of valuable book monuments of the world and the Russian monuments of culture. Our department currently has over 14,000 Russian and foreign books. Over 3,000 books come from pre-revolutionary times. Over 3,000 books are in foreign languages. The rare books are really valuable, and we have to share them to be able to assess the history of our culture. The first live publications of famous authors, some literature published during the Great Patriotic War, some editions, some publications that would be considered masterpieces of the printing business. Our fund covers 1857 through today. So the Russian grammar of Mikhail Lomonosov, the first Russian grammar made in 1859 by the bishop Barsanofi, the bishop of Arkhangelsk. Some publications of Pushkin published in 1835 with the exlibris of Vladimir Lenin. The first copy of the Современных magazine, and then this is the first grammar of the Moksha language in 1838. Axel Alay Gekel book dedicated to the national clothing of Moldovians in Helsinki. The book dedicated to crowning Alexander III and the Empress in 1883. The book used great binding materials and sewn through that edition is really huge. It's 65 by 49. This is the largest book we have, and the smallest book are the fragments from Pushkin's masterpieces published in St. Petersburg in 2007. We have some copies with center stamps. Its uniqueness, their uniqueness are exlibrisses, super exlibrisses, autographs, as well as the owners' markings and inscriptions. Some inscriptions of Alexander the Great, representatives of the famous merchants, the Gorelans, Peter Kogon's markings, Igor Demidov's inscriptions, the famous lawyers and trustee Alexander Lubomudrov's stamp, and the famous the inscription of Mikhail Bakhtin. Our main goal is to study and popularize the unique book monuments. Ensuring their preservation is one of the main functions, because otherwise in the future the libraries won't be able to satisfy the readers' demands. We have to think about the prospects for the future, taking into account our documentary fund. Keeping our rare books fund intact is turning more and more into a problem. We have two sections, the Department of Rare Books and the Department of Funds Preservation. And the most important goal here, I'm talking about the people who understand how important it is to keep the rare books or documents, keeping the documents to the extent that it might be usable for the users. We have to ensure the good physical condition of the document. Our library does some prevention, setting the right conditions, conservation, disinfection, step-by-step conservation, the digitization of documents. While using the rare books, we have good conditions. Every day we monitor the temperature and humidity. We do the dust cleaning. We also do the preventive conservation of rare books. We have a special control on the on how the readers use the books in the reading room. We have the video monitoring. We also do the tours on unique books to prevent the stealth. We take special steps. The sheet documents are kept in special polymer film, trying to protect them against dust and physical tear and wear out. The section on preservation of funds do the phase-by-phase conservation. They made over 1,500 containers from acid-free cardboard. The employees of that sectors are trying to come up with a passport of the physical condition of rare and valuable documents. As I have already mentioned, we have to set the right conditions to use the rare editions in the interest of education. The digitization started in 2014. We started digitizing the rare editions that are historically very valuable. This is systematic. We have a certain system. We do things in turn. To scan, we choose the rare and valuable copies, of which we only have one copy, and they're required by many readers. And some rare editions are available for many readers due to being too remote. Hopefully, we'll be able to keep the information on paper carriers and digitize the documents that could disappear because of the natural disasters. Will be able to restrict the access to the original while popularizing the historical heritage of the region and make those unique editions more accessible to many users. Working with the rare books, meaning the touch of the past, but keeping all of that, we make sure we keep the connection between generations. Everything I have mentioned so far is only a small part of the job of our staff people. Thank you for your attention. Maybe we should do the questions afterward. Then hopefully we'll be able to finish the job by 6 o'clock. Thank you for keeping the time. Evgenia Zvanskaya, the Chief Curator of Funds from the Bryansk Tuchev Library from Bryansk, working with the book Monuments in Bryansk. This presentation, there should be the presentation. Hello, dear colleagues. The epigraph is the famous phrase. There are many problems. The prospects are foggy, but there are some prospects. Our library was set in August 1944, soon after the Bryansk region had been created as a separate region. It was less than a year after the liberation of Bryansk from the German invaders. The work on setting the library was started during the war and during the restoration. During the occupation, the library fund had been partially kidnapped, and we needed the help of the whole country. Our funds were being replenished mostly from the State Fund of Literature. In 1943, our government started creating the fund for the replenishment of the state libraries, and they became the foundation for reorganizing our fund. Our collection of rare and valuable books started coming about in 1983 as we created the section. Initially, we picked only the pre-revolutionary editions in foreign languages, and then we formed a collection. There is a list of those collections right here. Most of the funds of rare books in Bryansk are a mosaic of fragments and pre-war books, scattered throughout the whole country. All of the manuscripts created before the 18th century, all of the print materials published until the year 1830. The second criterion of a book monument is the social significance. Due to that, we become much richer. This year, we have over 169 items that do have the signs of book monuments. 27 books in English, 14 in German, and 14 in English, and over 100 in French. So the books in foreign languages that did not meet the chronological criteria. We have 2 copies of Cyrillic script of the 8th, 19th century, the sermons on the the sermons of St. John the Chrysostom, and then the poisonous one, Sumarokov's comedy, published in 1768. Unfortunately, the bookbinder was not very competent, and this is what that bookbinder did. Some 18th century editions in foreign languages, so we have to study their contents. When it comes to the social significance, it's impossible to respond to that. There might be thousands of books. We are looking through the books in French, the most interesting part of our fund, and some fiction in Russian, over 1,000 copies of books with a number of book stamps have been discovered. Studying our fund, we found some books stamped by the Imperial Dynasty. They're shown on this slide. Right now, some fragments of private book collections coming from the nobles, the Apraxins, Shuvalovs, the Ginsburgs, and some others. Representatives of various professions and social strata, the military, the lawyers, the merchants, the scientists, and so on. The slides just show some of them. There are probably about, it's probably about only a tenth of what we have. The geography of book stamps from various cities of the Bryansk region, or as well as Moscow, Petrograd, and other cities of Russia and other countries. The libraries of the Ministry of Finance, church libraries, book store libraries, some private libraries as well. We have lots of foreign stamps, and we have to keep studying those. The biggest challenge when it comes to preservation that we have is the sanitary regime. We cannot measure the hazardous particles in the air. We don't do the entomological oversight. When it comes to stabilization, we only have a phase conservation, which is also quite limited. Free acid-free containers are only used for a little over 1,700 edition, while we need about 17,000. We were doing the research of a rare books fund. We were trying to figure out with the use of the book passports, where we were trying to put the information as to what should be done, where it should be done. No questions. You know, the main issue is, as usual, financial. Since 2008, our library has been applying for the program to keep the cultural heritage of the Bryansk region. Unfortunately, funds have been restricted. Out of 200 copies, only one book restoration was funded. Additions to the acts of Peter the Great, the experts of the Library of Foreign Literature were doing that before the restoration and after the restoration. In 2019, the federal fund also restored 2 more editions shown on the slide right now. Talking about the books you found in foreign languages until published until the year 1830, they need restoration, but we could only do the phase protection. When it comes to rare documents, in terms of insurance copies, we pay the most attention to local editions. We currently have the microfilms of the local newspaper Bryanskие рабочие, and they are being digitized in the presidential library. We have two scanners, and we have started the electronic library of 5 collections, over 18,000 full text of documents. On this slide, the main issue here is of course the staff. The issues of staff. Libraries are not just the book repositories. There have been lots of optimizations. First, our library lost its sector of hygiene and restoration, and then the sector of main fund was united with the reading room, even though we have close to 800,000 people. Well, we are not losing hope. We still work. We now set the expert council on book monuments to test the books and putting the books into the register of book monuments. We want to start doing the cataloging of the discovered book monuments, and our library holds the fragments of so many book collections of Russia and other countries. Hopefully, the third stage of the program to preserve the library funds of the Russian Federation. Hopefully, we will have a conservation center, and it will be things will become more feasible. Thank you for this short report. Next one, Irina Batmajapova. The Department of Rare and Valuable Books of the National Library of Buryatia, the gift books at the Department of Rare and Valuable Books with the National Library of the Republic of Buryatia. Hello, dear guests and participants of the conference. I will be talking about the gift book of the Department of Rare and Valuable Books of the National Library of the Republic of Buryatia, and it will be dedicated to the 140th anniversary of our existence.
Все, да.
Okay. Our library is one of the oldest libraries in Eastern Siberia, and we have existed for 140 years. During these years, we kept receiving book gifts from the authors and readers. Some of them are still being kept in the Department of Rare and Valuable Books. At this point, the fund of our department is over 24,000 copies of documents, including some unique ones. We have some collection of books with autographs. In 1881, in Verkhny Udinsk, they opened the first public library. It was quite an event for our city. This fact is mentioned by the newspaper Vostochное обозрение in the Department of Nice News. During the late 1900s, we used to be a merchant city. A huge contribution was made by the local merchants, including the famous person Dmitry Menshikov. who gave 849 volumes of books and magazines to our library. Some of his autographs and stamps were discovered. The next merchant who also contributed a lot is Alexander Losev. His descendants gave 110 volumes to the library, 74 volumes of periodicals, and 36 volumes of mostly scholarly books. Some of them have the ink inscriptions. Losev, the 200th anniversary of Dostoevsky, his first post-mortem edition sent to us by Anna Grigorievna Dostoevskaya. At this point, we only have 2 copies out of 14 collected volumes of collected works, with a letter from Anna Grigorievna stating that on the 9th of October 1885, I'm sending the complete collection of works. We still have the original of this letter in the state archive. If you read this letter, its text is written in the handwriting of the time. Our fund also has some books given to us to the Verkhnyudinsk City Library. One of those books was written by Krevenka, addressed to the Verkhnyudinsk City Library. It was given to us by the Irkutsk merchant Vasily Belgolovy with a stamp, and the fly leaf shows his gift inscription. The next one belongs to Petr Kozlov, the famous Russian traveler and the military geographer, archaeologist, and the researcher of Mongolia and Tibet. It says to the gift to the Verkhnyudinsk Public Library from the author in Irkutsk. Due to this autograph, the book became really valuable, and it turned into a cultural monument. The next book deals with the period when we used to be called the Republican Gorky Library. One of the first books belonged to Mikhail Tansky with an inscription by Yelena Tanskaya, his widow, to the library of to the Gorky Library, to remember one of the founders of the library, for you to remember some pages of the past of Ulan-Ude. Talking about the author, Mr. Tansky was the descendant of Gogol and the Ukrainian author Tansky. He was the chief doctor of our city hospital, the collectioner of old lore. You can look at the house. At this point, this house has been restored and is part of the ethnographic museum of the Transbaikalian ethnic groups. This is our building. The top picture, this is the second building of our public library, and today is the Gorky's Scientific Library. The picture was made before the restoration. As I already pointed out, between 38 through 91, we used to be called the Republican Gorky Library. At that time, we had a lot of famous events during which our famous cultural figures also gave us a lot of book gifts. You probably heard about Isai Kalashnikov, the author of The Cruel Century, famous novel, as well as Yosef Tugutov, the PhD in history. Some of them gave books given to us by the library with some really warm words from them. Oh, yeah, the gift inscription of Tugutov, he says that for 47 years he had been the reader of our library. This is the kind of readers that we used to have. Archipelago Gulag, signed by Solzhenitsyn himself. And it says to the National Library of the Republic of Buryatia, June 11, 1994, published in Moscow in 1990. Nikolai Damdinov, Barbujin Tukum, the famous book published in 1986 to the library from its permanent reader. May our library always prosper. This picture shows some of my colleagues from the Department of Rare and Valuable Books, and one of the oldest readers, Evgeny Golubov, the oldest reader of our library, a journalist and a local lore expert who would always give his books to all of the libraries, like his book about the Germans, ethnic Germans of Buryatia, with love and respect, Golubov. And this is the gift inscription by Domin, the local lore expert. The golden stones of Selenginsk to the fund of the rare books of our library. We divided those books into periods. In the 19th century, some books were given to the our public library, then books given to the Gorky Library, the books given to the National Library, and based on all of this, we will be publishing the catalog of books with gift inscriptions. And I would like to quote Nikolai Likhachev: "The handwriting is a particle of a person. His intellect. The true autograph is something living, is a living particle of the author himself." So, which proves that the book with an autograph has a lot of significance. It's a link between the generations of givers and the addressees. On the 9th and the 10th of December, you can visit our new library building. This conference will be dedicated to a 140th anniversary of our library. Thank you for attention. Thank you so much, Irina. Thank you. We have more time due to our good discipline. I would like to quote the fact that Anna Dostoevskaya had been sending books to Verkhneyudinsk. She didn't know, she had no way of knowing that it would be the capital of Buryatia. The next speaker will be Kristina Yarkova, the chief of the Ivanova Central Universal Scientific Library from Ivanova. I have my subject matter is kind of different. I will be talking mostly about the organization and the preservation of the fund of rare documents, and overall the fund of our library. And I can say that my report will accumulate the challenges that most of curators are facing. Quite often these problems really go beyond. My subject is the fund of rare documents. I would like to say a few words about the fund. It has over 60,000 units, all types of printed units from 1470 from Europe and from Russia, some personal collections, some written documents, some owners' copies with individual characteristics. A few words about the history of our funds organizations. After we figured out that some of our staff people had stolen some of the printed materials, we decided to set a special fund to avoid that. And in 1977, we made this kind of a bar separating the floor into two parts. A special board was trying to select books from the general fund, placing them into that special area. A special reading room did not exist for those documents, but on paper we had the rare book sector. We had two. We were supposed to have two staff people there, but we actually had only one person. The existing plans show how active we are in the field of preservation. Some of the main, checking the defects, cleaning the dust, gluing bookmarks, gluing the return slips and the tags, adding additional shelves and so on, minor repair. Looking at our results, of course, we have heard so much about the best practices. Let's look at that. I would like to emphasize that all of the pictures have been made this year. When it comes to defects, we were checking the magazines. In '84, we checked up to 7,000 magazines, like 30 magazines a day. Each copy was supposed to have some inserted sheets, or simply write on top by ink how many copies we have, the list of defects, or some information about the absence of those defects. In those days, cleaning the dust, really important for the sanitary control. According to our GOST, the hygienic processing has to be done at least once a year or once in 2 years. And this slide doesn't need any comments. We do the dusting in about once in 10 years. The picture was taken in 2021. To ensure the preservation, we use any means that don't take much funding or minimum funding. Some folders from the old mass editions, some general folders, and various fragments of them, some archive boxes and letterini folders, some office folders, and so on. Certain pockets and the tags with comments. Most of curators have to deal with that. This slide doesn't need any comment. We don't have enough space in our repository, so we have to violate all of the state recommendations. We also, from time to time, did the small repairs of rare and valuable books. you can look at the quality of that repair. Even sadder is this way to preserve the valuable materials. That's the mass book binding. So it's next to impossible to check every copy before it is loaned and after it is loaned. Back in those days, the loans were up to 15,000, sometimes up to 25,000. There is a doubt as to as to what extent it could be accomplished by just the same person. When it comes to inspections, it is recommended to do the inspections once in 5 years in rare and valuable books fund. We only did it once since the year 1977, in 1989, and partially in 2011. Since mid-90s until about 2009, there was no staff person to work with the rare books fund. No research or preservation. In the year 2006, the Cultural Values Center did the monitoring of our safety. Some of the conclusions: the repository does not comply with the requirements of the funds, and there is a danger of fire. The Committee on Culture of the Ivanova Oblast was about fire extinguishers and some measures related to building the building the new building. We finally have the fire extinguisher for the thin jets of water. That fire extinguisher does the so-called water fog or thin jets. It's absolutely safe for the people and less water, but less than half a year after that, the system was automatically activated when there were people in the repository. The reason has never been mentioned to us. Some books have been poured with the anti-fire compound, not just water, and there was no water fog there. It was the next slides shows the systems after the year 2011. It doesn't function. It hasn't been functioning since then. The main library of the region doesn't really have the fire extinguisher. Some water with metal elements. It also endangers the funds and the heads of our staff people. Still, we have some maintenance trying to resolve our issues using high technologies or like that. So it's obvious that the system has to be replaced, and we have no money for that, and there won't be any money. Nothing else is going to be funded either. By the year 2021, the book monuments and the general fund preservation in our library could be characterized as this. No monitoring of the preservation regime. The schedule of hygienic processing doesn't exist. Mycological and entomological oversight is absent. The documents are placed without any rules. The containers or folders for the phase preservation of documents is absent. The absence of material basis for for exhibiting and transporting the documents. Separate reading room is absent. The fire extinguisher is doesn't exist, and so no control at the entrance to the building. The building itself, that is a part of the architectural monuments in the Russian Federation, but it's very obsolete when it comes to modern library. And one more important issue already mentioned by Evgenia are the staff people, no professional curators. That covers 5 floors. We only have 3 librarians. They cannot do any preservation. This is how we'll live. It was interesting for me as I was traveling here about how typical the situation is in regions, because the last year monitoring discovered a number of problems faced by many libraries, but Evgenia's optimism is really very important. I will be talking at the conference dedicated to Ex Libris, so we do some scientific research. Thank you kindly for your attention.
Ложка дегтя. Да, за 1/100 того, о чем вы говорили, нашу библиотеку закрывали целиком.
У нас уже половина здания еще и тоже.
Нет, вот, но у нас были средства все эти замечания устранить. Следующий доклад – представление архивных документов Центрального государственного архива Московской области на основе методов комплексного источниковедения. Например,
Николай Николаевич,
да.
Давайте маленький совсем перерывчик сделаем, у нас переводчик.
Хорошо. А он нужен? По-моему, здесь иностранцев нет.
Но у нас идет параллельно просто трансляция.
Для трансляции нужен. Хорошо.
Буквально чуть-чуть.
Ну, хорошо. Да, пару минут мы можем отдохнуть. Ну, коллеги, все-таки не расходитесь, потому что долго.
Что-то да, у нас случай.
Sorry, извините. Thank you so much. Let's continue. The archival documents. The Yulia Gerasimova, the deputy chief of the Central State Archive in the city of Pushkina. I'm happy to welcome those who are here today in this wonderful hall of the in the Library of Foreign Literature, and I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to participate in this conference. I represent the archives, the archivists of the Moscow region and the Central State Archive of the Moscow region, that is just like the libraries, is now facing a number of challenges in trying to respond to one of those challenges. I would like to share some information with you. It was quite complicated. It was related to some innovative virtual exhibits of the electronic copies of documents. That was quite a challenge. One of the most important ones is the visualization of presenting the traditional archive documents that we have to ensure the quality of their electronic copies, their authenticity, the description of their publications, and a number of other issues. I would like to discuss some of the approaches tried by the archivists of the Moscow region, some of their particular documents dedicated to the 100th anniversary of Aram Abrahamyan's birth, the famous giver, using the textual documents, trying to present the role of Aram Abrahamyan to the modern urology and his contribution to the culture of Armenia and Russia. One more innovation of the exhibit was that it was supposed to be an international project. Its opening happened on the 6th of January 1918, and then in the Center of Radiology in the city of Obninsk, the Minister of Health Care of Armenia and Russia both participated in the opening. Some documents cover the period since the mid-40s to the mid-80s. The most interesting of those documents were those lots of documents related to management. Also, we had some documents prepared using the digital technologies, some images part of Mr. Abrahamyan's collection, some paintings of Russian artists, some documents from Mr. Abrahamyan's collection, the staff people from the urology clinics transferred his collection to us. Some management documentation could be used to attribute the pictures, to trying to figure out where they were taken due to director's decree of 1952. We figured out the date of one of the doctors' group's visit to a local settlement. The attribution of pictures was done using the furnishing of the institute. I would like to thank Professor Maniki, Valery Dutov, without whose help it would have been impossible to attribute some of the pictures. One of the peculiarities of the project was the fact that it was a regular display and a virtual display at the same time, which was a new thing, but both formats showed not just the originals of documents, but their copies, including some electronic copies that applied to documentation and pictures, trying to prove the authenticity authenticity of the documents, our experts came up with a set of requirements for the printouts and to the descriptions of documents, both for the physical and the virtual exhibits. The technical requirements for scanning were developed with the methodical recommendations on the copying of documents and the technical requirements of for the digitization, as well as the electronic usage fund of the electronic archive of the Russian Federation. For the first time, the author of the project decided to resolve one of the source historical studies source issues that is quite acute because of the digital technologies. The possibilities are limitless and treacherous, and there are way too many fakes filling the information space. We now have a special system in place for proving the authenticity of the documents. Some pair descriptions accompanying all of the objects. The pair description, so made from the paper copy, the description of the original, made in accordance with the rules of the historical archive of the USSR. The scale of the image and the presence or the absence of the image processing in graphic editors. So they were separate. Here is a good example of this description on the slide. It's made from the electronic copy of the archival document. It was presented to us in the city of Obninsk from its archive. And then the next page is 214. In addition to those peculiarities, we would like to draw your attention to the fact that the description of the original was done according to the museum principle. We mentioned the technique and the material, as well as the size of the original, which is not always characteristic of the traditional archival descriptions. But in this particular case, the audience could see the physical characteristics of the object that he or she could see only virtually. I will not be reading all of those technical requirements to that description. Some examples of the description of an archival document electronic copy. Similar example on the next slide. The description of electronic copies for the exhibits, for the multimedia exhibits. In this particular case, so no backside, there are no electronic copies of the backsides. One of our goals that was set when preparing the project, we were trying to boost the scope of information for the multimedia display and for the in-net display to be able to add a lot of reference materials. Some list of Mr. Abraman's works, some works about him, some list of documents pertaining to Dr. Abraman. Sometimes the electronic copy of the document is accompanied by an expert's opinion, and overall, the archivists of the Moscow region had the experimental side to discuss the electronic archaeography and the approach to digitization and to virtual displays. We've actually succeeded with the attempt to boost our materials with the references. The archivists of the Moscow region was not just a fortunate experience of cooperating with some healthcare facilities, and we set the practice for the virtual displays of our sources. Ms. Yumasheva, the doctor of PhD in history with the DMI Center, and with the Dr. Dudov, the medical doctor. If there are any questions, I will try to answer those questions later. Now we will have Denis Volkov, the freshman of the Volga Orthodox Institute, named after holy person, Alexei, Metropolitan of Moscow, from the city of Tольятти. Hello. The subject matter of my research is very topical, as the study of the gift inscriptions is part of the history of our society. Dmitry Lekhachev once said, if we are talking about the history of books, in the wide context, is a huge part of the history of humanity. The study of this history nowadays, when the computer and the electronic books are now replacing the printed books. The topicality of my research is boosted by the fact that the library of Mr. Palavinkin has never been studied. Baskakov, Brovina, Rashchevskaya, Demirstein, Lebedeva, lots of other researchers were doing that, had been doing that. We studied their research in order for us to be able to do the research ourselves. Sergei Polovinkin, the philosopher and historian of the Russian religious philosophy, also the member of the editorial board of the Russian philosophic dictionary, he was collecting the personal library for most of his life. He has over 10,000 volumes. After his death in the year 2018, the collection was transferred to Mr. Leskin, the president of our university, and we started studying Mr. Palavinkin's library. To do the study, we started from the period between 1918 through 1940. We looked at the 208 books, 10 books with ex libris, 33 books with gift and author's inscriptions or markings. Studying the library, we scanned them all, and we started searching for people who were the owners of those books. The first book that interesting for a researcher was the book by Mr. Nikolai Avdeyev, The Revolution of 1917, the chronicle of events with a gift inscription written by the son of Nikolai Nikolaevich. I would like to sign the work of my father, the 28th of December, 1997. Due to the internet, we were able to find information about this historian. He was also a teacher, a revolutionary. He also worked in the history in the party archive. He was also the member of the Society of Marxist Historians, the author of some books on the party history. We found some information on his son, Petru Guskov. We will switch on to his personality later. His son became an author, but his life was quite difficult. He was the officer in 1938. He was arrested, and in 39 he was sentenced to 6 years in jail and 2 years of being disenfranchised. Later he was rehabilitated. Later we found some information about Petr Kusko. He was a literary critic, a journalist, a memoir author, the secretary of the literary department of the Ministry of Education of the Russian Republic. Later, he was working at the state publishing house. He was an active member of the literary parties of the revolutionary times. He met Yesenin in January 1918, and he was friendly with him until the death of the poet. Even before that, the Kubanskaya Мысль newspaper contained Kusko's high opinion of the poet. We also have a letter from Yesenin to Andrei Bely. His real name was Bugaev Boris Nikolaevich. Yesenin asks Bely to welcome Mr. Kusko. He's also mentioned in the history of the people of the 20s. So Petr Kusko did not even have the secondary education. Nevertheless, he was the scientific secretary of the Socialist Department. He was the member of GKN and the Ministry of Education. He attended there with Ginberg, Lunacharsky, Leonov, some 40 autographs of the people involved in those meetings, participating in those meetings. It was in Kusko's apartment where Pasternak was reading some chapters from the Dr. Zhivoga. The near danger sentiment boosted his effort. He ended the Christmas tree at the Sventitsky's chapter. He was reading all 3 chapters there to a number of people. The next person was dedicated to the ex-libris of Boris Starostin concerning the travels of Mikhail Bakunin. Boris Starostin, the candidate of philosophy sciences and the candidate of biological sciences, an expert on the methodology on science. He was doing the systematic approach and the values theory, as well as the scientific studies, phenomenology, cultural studies. So the specter of his interest was incredible. Boris Starostin was working for the RKGU approximately at the time when Sergei Palavinkin was also working there. Therefore, Boris probably transferred some of the gift books to him with his own ex-libris. One more interesting finding was the book of Kuklarski, The Criticism of the Creative Conscience. That book was given as a gift to the famous Russian philosopher Gustav Speth, to the professor Speth, from the author of the book. Fyodor Kuklarski, he was the Nietzsche follower. Some of the facts of his biography was only known due to his letters to Grozny. he wrote 3 books, some additions to the philosophy of the modern religious rebellion. He was indicted for blasphemy, and later he lived in Petersburg until the year 1917. And in 1921, in the Transbaikalian area, he was offered a job at a local university. He was the head of the philosophy department. He set the first philosophic society of the Transbaikal region. There were only 80 people, 80 members there. Gustav Speth, to whom the book was given, he was the follower of Edward Husserl. He did research on the philosophy of languages, ethnology, hermeneutics, the history of the Russian philosophy, culture, literature, and theatrical studies. He was also doing some translations. In the year 35, so about the Gustav Speth was exiled to Yeniseisk and later over to Tomsk. In 1937, the philosopher was rearrested because he was accused of being a member of the cadet monarchical uprising organization, and later he was shot in Tomsk. He was executed in Tomsk. So officially he died in 1940 because of the pneumonia. So the fates of the owners of the books of Polavinsky's collection reflect the history of the country. Therefore, the study of the private libraries and the book culture is intertwined with the study of the history of the Russia and the social cultural history of our society. We will have to study lots of other books. This is the bibliography of the literature that I have used. Hopefully you can see that. Thank you. You've been doing really interesting research. Hopefully your generation will have to rediscover the cultural life of the Soviet period, just like today's older generations was discovering the silver age. Good luck to you. Thank you, colleagues. That's it for today. And see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much.